Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream, as I have been doing on Tuesdays and Thursdays for a little while now. And it's going to be another coding stream, because that's what's on my mind these days. What you see here is, in fact, Xcode. And we are still working on our metering kind of knob thing that we've been doing. Excuse me. So I was going to sneeze. What you see here is some knobs that can be turned. This is a left and right volume knob for whatever music I have inside this. This one doesn't do anything. And what we had last time which is we've got the meter and everything working, but we didn't have a color change for everything. We got the knobs so that they could be drawn in a tilted position, and in fact came up with a way to make them they can be in a tilted position and still take up a full width, meaning that I can fit a few more of them in and still have them look realistic. But we did not yet have color changing, because here's the thing. This particular interface can have different colors. And it all works just fine. And last stream, with the stream where I wasn't successfully able to make the color picker work. Now the problem I've run into here is I don't like this color picker at all. I think it's appalling. Like, I mean, the colors are working just fine. I can have any color I like. We can have a eye-damaging magenta, Ferrari red, we can have a very chill sort of plum color, or we can do gray shades, in which case it doesn't matter what this bit does. In here somewhere is the juice default shade, although these are not juice default knobs anymore. And it started up successfully with the shade I wanted to use for my stuff as a rule. So now we've got the color picker. I do have a concern in that I don't like that color picker. It's a giant size, and I haven't got it switching in and out, and I'd like to come up with something that's a lot smaller. So that is still the thing. I also never got around to making this graphic also drawn in such a way that there was the bevel, there was the indentation. And I'm a little concerned about that. Like, we've got it all resizable and stuff. Interestingly, with this color picker, we can still use it in tiny size, but we can't use this as effectively because it's hard to see and hard to click on. So we can kind of make it work. This is for midnight plugin operators when you want your interface to be stark raving black or middle gray. But yeah, you can't see this interface. You can't see the dot here. Also, this circle, which is distinguishing what the control is, does not appear to scale to the interface size at all. And the rest of my stuff is reflowing pretty well based on all of this. I'm also thinking in terms of making a version of this plugin where it is defaulting to what would essentially be a TikTok format. Not because I intend to make TikToks, but because I feel like a channel strip typically is aligned vertically. And, hey Jonathan, and that I can have a version of this interface built into all plugins because there's always going to be something that I can do with it that is a third of the height of that, but designed to occupy like a middle slot in the plugin, and then I'll have a bank below and a bank above for showing stuff. So what I need to do essentially is, seeing as we can resize all of this insanely, because we can make it do that and see the tiny, tiny little knobs in here. Weirdly, this is actually fairly effective this way. But I'm very curious as to what I can do with other designs for this color picker now that I've got a actual working color picker. I'm very curious as to whether I can get information, like if I could get information back from the DAW, even some DAWs, like for instance, I would love it to auto pick the color that's used for the track in Reaper. I don't know if that's possible, nor do I know whether anybody's doing anything like that. But it would sure be sweet if they did. So at 9:07 in the morning of this Tuesday, a day after the big eclipse that everybody was all excited about, I got to go outside and see it a little bit, although I was about 97% of totality in southern Vermont. So I did not get the full effect, far from it. But I poked a hole in a note card, taped it to the end of a shelf stanchion, and sort of propped it on my shoulder and held a note card in front of me so that I could aim the thing with the pinhole in it. And that way I could see the size and shape of the little crescent that was remaining, because it never got to the point where you could actually look at it. And I didn't honestly even try, because even at 97%, if I glanced at the sun, which is something that you can do without killing yourself, there was no sense of a crescent or any kind of shape. It was just bright, bright, bright. Okay, let's not look at that any longer. And so I didn't. And so my eyes should still work, which is good, because I have to read code and make decisions about things like colors. Here we got Rainbow Dash red, blue, also known as cerulean blue. And the rest of our interface is still as we had it. You'll notice the slight detail in each of these controls where I specifically made it so that this bottom edge goes to completely black, but the thumb, it's done as if it is a plastic extrusion or a machined aluminum something, where there's this indentation which is represented by dark shading, and it's all done with transparent black and transparent white so that it will work on any color, which is what I'm going to do for all the interface elements I do. but then it is offset just enough that there is the faintest hint of a, like I can probably demonstrate that pretty accurately by So I made it do this. The way that this is drawn, it's not perfect. There are some things that are could be better about it, but this is as close as I've got so far. For instance, you'll see that the thumb here, these gradients are doing a pretty decent job, but there is the hint of a flat area inside this circular detent, and I just don't know how to make the gradients work any differently. Because you can see, this is not a incredibly CPU intensive thing. It's just drawing a couple of different layers of darkness. But you'll notice that on the thumb, I have offset this dark area just enough that there's a hint of brightness in here. And that is resolution independent. The appearance, and if you're at high DPI, this is a very subtle looking thing. The appearance of a sort of inner lip, so that this is a groove that is cut into whatever this material is. Having just the hint of that, because this gradient is inset this far, does a wonderful job of making it seem like it's a physical object without getting too gratuitous about it. And I observed that happening and went, oh hell yes, I want more of that. And so we have exactly that. And these are the kinds of things that I think are going to make the Airwindows house GUI be more satisfying, considering that it needs to work for all things. I'm trying to do something that I'm going to be able to use on everything. And since it's open source, if you also use the GPL'd Airwindows juice variation, you will just naturally have this if you don't change my code. And of course, always change my code if you're using my stuff. By all means, try to do what I have done. And maybe you want a more obvious lip on the edge of the thing. Maybe not. But by all means, if you're using this code, which you can't yet, but eventually you'll be able to, run with it and do stuff to make it be more interesting. That said, there is a whole host of different things that we can do here beyond just what I've done in the beginning, which is a subtle and not especially heavyweight rendering. All I got to do is render some little paths and ellipses and things here. It's not even a path. It's simply ellipses with gradients. Hey, Jalen. And the other thing about it is that now we do have aggressive GUIs, including ones that are apparently not especially. Here we can have a bright, stark white GUI. And again, I would love to see this in the context of being able to read track colors from the DAW. I don't know if anybody's got that going on. If anybody was able to do it, it would be Reaper, because Reaper is incredibly extensible, but I don't know how you'd go about doing it. But that's my idea of ideal purpose for a GUI actually making stuff work better for you, is rather than just actually, I am curious how much of this it will remember. None of it. Okay. Rather than just having this, which is my base color and appearance, and as you can see, it's all reflowable. And I've got a lot more to do along those lines. In particular, you'll notice that we're able to make these be huge and densely packed. I would also like to have the names of the things in there, and I don't currently have that. But what we've done here, and I'm just kind of chattering about this because this is part of the process. As usual, I'm probably only going to make amazing things happen in the last half hour of streaming, which is fine. But we're going to talk through all of this stuff because there are many experiments that I must do. And one of them is I wonder if I can come up with a, let's see, new window in Chromium. Here it is. Let's see if we can get pictures of login plugin interfaces. But not that one. I'm looking for a particular one that was kind of old school. May or may not actually find it. That's a YouTube link. I'm not going to be able to. I'm kind of trying to look for images. Let's look for old Logic plugins. That wasn't it. I wonder if I can go back. No. So that's apparently an old EQ, and that's not the kind of interface I'm looking at. You'll see that it has knobs. They're kind of skeuomorphic and kind of not. Oh, I don't want that color picker to be there. If you're responding to how I finally got the color picker, why, yes, indeed. I did make the color picker work, but then in doing that, I realized, oh my God, I don't want this one. I don't like what they've got. I think it's not suitable to what I've got in mind. And I'm kind of just wondering what I can do to override that or do something else. But what I'm looking at here is, see, here's another one. That is a very small image. Oh my God. But this is a wildly and gratuitously old school skeuomorphic. It's just got lots of bevels and gradients literally everywhere, which is all very pretty. It was probably rendered. So this is all a bitmap. It's not resizable, but this is the sort of thing that you could make be resizable. You can see how those knobs are not that dissimilar from what I'd like to use. But my knobs are drawn on the fly, and they are all resizable. You could do similar things with these sliders. I could do a slider class that was also like that. But what I'm wondering, see, here is another one. Maybe it was, what I'm doing here is looking for the particular instance of older logic. See, here's one where somebody's trying to do clearly an API knob. That's literally an API knob copy. Ooh, here, maybe this is going to be it. And that image is a large image. Nice. Okay. Here we go. So this is a very striking example of very skeuomorphic. It's all meant to look like a physical thing, but it's doing some cool stuff inside of that. It's just not resizable. And nothing about this stops it from being resizable. we've got these. You'll notice that as these rotate, there is oh God, that is one very expandable thing. We've got this arrow, and you can see this is a dark shade, this is a lighter shade. There's light coming onto this. You can see from the rounded look. This is all going to be just rendered though. This is one of those ones where it's a film strip and it's kind of been rendered in a program. You've also got a indented look on this meter. The meter is showing through little holes that are cut in whatever this surface is. The surface is textured. And you can see these lights even. This too is Skueomorphic. There's a shade being thrown onto this orange. And all of this stuff is part of what makes people respond positively to these particular interfaces. Look, here we've got the same thing. This is what I would like to throw on the meter in its own way, in that it's clearly being drawn with a lot of sort of font smoothing in here. This is not all pixelated. And you can see a inner edge where it's recessed and a dark shade where there's a shadow being thrown. You can see a slight highlight. In this case, this knob is recessed in slightly, unlike my chamfered edge, where the bottom edge of it, the knob is sticking into this surface very slightly. Now, not all of these are showing a consistent, like the highlighting here is not quite what you'd call accurate to the light coming from this angle, because it would not be showing a highlight there, but whoever drew this decided that it looked better with a hint of a highlight there just to make it match the other one. We don't see a similar thing on the opposite end, where this is only got a highlight where it would actually be, but then as it goes all the way around, we can't leave that one completely without highlight, even though it would be. So they've drawn an extra highlight there just to make it show up more visually. See, we can do these things algorithmically. We don't have to do them just in a graphics editor. And this is not actually what I was looking for. What I was looking for was an example. And again, we've got in this unison control here, there's not much to it, but you can see that it is being drawn as a chamfered edge. It's a slot that's been cut into this material. The material is clearly fake aluminum. A bigger chamfered edge, which lights up here. I wonder if there's a, yep, that's not lit up, and this one is. And all of this is just edited with people who are working on pictures of the individual knobs. None of it's resizable, none of that. But it results in a basically attractive looking interface at full size. I think this particular article was how to make a interface look better. And I'm not sure what the argument is there. This has a certain appeal to it. People do like visual information that's telling them things about what's going on. And then this has also become trendy in its own term. It is a much less pixelated, because one thing we can see here is you could do all of the stuff this does at higher res. This is simply low res. This is simply high res. It doesn't have to be this flat. It's just being made to be this flat. Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's interested me for a long time. I just haven't really done it because priorities. But, you know, you can do extremely high-res stuff, which could be as smoothed as this. It doesn't have to be. But it's clearly a heavily anti-aliased thing to the point of being unusually softened. But since it is so very high-res, but this is without the faintest trace of the... Yeah, so that was me agreeing with you, actually, Jay. I have never understood why people do the message retracted stuff a lot, but they do. This is a completely flat interface that is much, much, much higher res. I don't think it's necessary to do that higher res because, as you see, I can do a interface that is also sort of vector drawn, but include detail at that higher resolution, like the chamfered edge here. That is not obtrusive. It's not like super obnoxious. The thickness of the bevel here is maybe a little bit obnoxious. Like if I resize down to a small thing, you can clearly see that it is rendered as a control. That's the part that I like. Ooh, also, Tanish Pruthi has just showed up. Let me close this for now. Which plugins of mine would I recommend to compete with Studer 800? You're looking for a tape effect. I've got a couple of different things that do that type of stuff. More than a couple, actually. But for attempting to do a actual emulation, and it's been a while since I've revisited these, you can do the 2-tape series. The most recent Airwindows 2-tape is mostly characterized by having a softening effect, being overdrivable, and having a head bump, which often you can take away or not, but the head bump is kind of custom. It's not just an EQ behavior. For stuff that works more like other people's tape plugins, or stuff that works more like a bandpass, there's an older plugin called Airwindows Iron Oxide, and that might be closer to, depending upon what you're trying to do. One or the other might be closer. 2-tape is more for subtlety and realism, and Iron Oxide is more for being able to like trap in the sound with a tape-like effect with its own character that lets you push it real hard and get very intense and saturated and distorted. I am going to, oh wow, look at that. See, I resized it back to normal size and it's still intensely zoomed in. So that's an example of a incredibly like I can zoom in here so that this is more like what it was meant to be, the size that this was designed at. And they start looking a lot closer to each other because a lot of, I wonder what the old Logic plugin interface got me there. So 6 Logic Pro 10 sampler features you need to know. This is basically a video of some kind or an article of some kind, just talking about the difference between these two things. What I was honestly looking for is another thing entirely. Let's bounce around a little bit and see whether anything shows up. Yeah, chrome oxide, not actually a filter type thing, but it gives you some noise. Okay, we're not going to want that one. There was a particular graphic that I remember seeing way back there, and I'm wondering whether I can bring it up somehow. I don't think that's going to do it for me. It might be here. Or not. Yeah, I can't see anything there. I remember looking at a graphic that was from some kind of Apple interface. And the thing is, I remember looking at a graphic where the text was slightly embossed. That's what I'm trying to find an instance of. Ooh, look at me. Bedroom Producer's blog. That's much younger me with a much longer beard. That was still going kind of, you see. Or actually, no, like this. Yep. That is baby Chris. And that was me growing my beard out like yay long. Go figure. And wearing the old headphones that had a microphone attached to them with a piece of wire. The headphones that eventually snapped in half because they were that old. Wow. But what I'm really looking for is not this. It is, in fact, an example of the interface where the text is being drawn with an embossed look. Like there's somebody else's plugin. That's a busy looking interface if you ask me. I'm sure it's all fine and good, but that's like, it's a video game. I'm looking to have stuff be a little bit clearer than that. There is a font choice that is interesting. Multiple fonts, in fact, short, long, and attack release are being drawn in different fonts, as are track and track here. These labels are a narrow font. This stuff is all different fonts. And basically, yeah, it's a bit of a graphic design disaster here. One of the things that sometimes happens when people get really into like, oh, we have a gradient that goes this way, and then we have this gradient that goes that way, and the other, and then there's a thing which flashes and lights up, all that kind of stuff. And this is a shade, and then these are buttons, and then the buttons light up around the edges, and people go bonkers with this kind of stuff, which doesn't necessarily make it awesome. There's same thing again. I am pretty much just hunting for the thing I'm telling you about. And I might need to give up. Like, I know what I'm talking about, so I don't really need to have a visual example of it. Let's see what this image looks like. Is this it's a relatively large image, but no. That is the newer version. It's got lovely clean letters because it's very high DPI. But I do not see any indication of like, and it's harder to tell whether this is a control or not. It's being drawn so that it looks maybe kind of like a button, but you could also be like, well, they just decided to make this. You can't tell that this is a button, and it clearly is, unless this is it grayed out. That's one of the things that I need to do with the interface I'm working on, is come up with ways of making it gray out. We are not getting anywhere with that. I'm more or less just desperately trying to find an example of this that I claim I've seen somewhere. Here we have somebody who's doing clearly a Moog look. And it's being done in high DPI. So this has some of the stuff that I would like to emulate. We can see that there is a dimming up here and a highlight down here. It's very subtly rendered. This is the way this is done. I'm not entirely happy with how that looks, but that's fine. We've got fake wood. Fake wood has a highlight, clearly. We've got a fake slider cap. These are just graphics, basically. And the way that these are being drawn, it's almost like it has a texture being added, but maybe not. I feel like there's something attainable through drawing these and drawing them in such a way. Also, I would like to add tick marks around the edge of my controls. We will see whether that is also something that's possible from here. Yet another control from somebody. It's Yuhi, I believe. Actually, is this a large-sized image? Large enough to zoom in on? Maybe. Faintly. And here we have, again, the highlights. The slight 3D effect there. But I'm looking for examples of somebody who is either subtly or obviously doing it on the text, because I feel like that can underscore the dimensionality of everything. Oh, here, sampler people. There's one example. Oh, FabFilter is known for being kind of fancy. Maybe they're doing it. Can't really tell. It looks a little bit like it's just being drawn at high res. Nothing so wrong with that. They do have a visual highlight here, which is clearly indicating this is a button, but it's in shadow. You can't even see the top edge, which is fine. Although, honestly, my take on that is all these things should be able to adapt to custom colors. I don't really see what's the point of doing this kind of stuff if you're just forcing people to have this interface, as nice as it may be. It would be nicer if you could recolor everything as you wish, and that's one of the things that's worth fooling with today. Here is somebody's sampler instrument. Again, text is just drawn on top of things. We have like shades and gradients and stuff going on. But on the whole, like you hear somebody with a font. A font and a background texture. And clear highlights on the knobs, although the knobs are a little bit crunchy. They don't look as high res as they could be. Also, we have these screws on the interface. Those don't do anything, I don't think. Maybe they do. These could actually be controls of some kind. That opens the possibility of making controls that are subtle and are just little open screw slots for stuff that you normally wouldn't touch. And then if you were the uber super hacker, you would use the normal knobs and then go, oh, what do these little screws do over here? Let's get out the little screwdriver, click on this, and manipulate that. And then something in the algorithm changes that is very much unusual and that you normally wouldn't touch. But you have taken the control. You have taken the top off of the thing, and you've gone in there with a screwdriver, and you're messing with the trim pots now. That could be a interface option. The question becomes, like, to what extent do you run with it and be like, this is the one where you have to use a screwdriver to manipulate it, so you have to click on this tiny dot, and then you can't really see what it's doing very well, and it's not labeled. It would be like the secret control. That could be fun to hide stuff that you don't normally want people to mess with in that way. But yeah, I'm having a terrible time finding what I'm trying to find. Just a genuinely terrible time. I thought somebody did this. It seems weird that I'm not finding it. If it's that out of style, maybe I should do it and bring it back into style again. But I would have sworn you'd find, oh, what's Oxford EQ doing? This is a classic. I don't know if Paul Frindle was working with the interface graphics of everything, but Oxford EQ is clearly, we've got very subtle tick marks, which presumably means something. You'll notice that there's not numbers associated with them, but there might still be meaning to them. Like you could count. I'm not sure whether Q would relate to that. I'm not sure whether, like a gain control, the center tick might be 0 and each one might be 1, 2, 3, or 4 or whatever. If you build that stuff into the design, that could actually end up being helpful. It's less useful for stuff like frequency and Q, where the tick marks don't necessarily correlate to anything in particular. Like Q here, if this is a narrow thing, that means Q is higher. And if this is a broad thing, that means Q is lower, but these don't necessarily correlate to a number, nor would you know a particular Q number that you're going for. Frequency, it could correlate to a number, but is this logarithmically spaced? And again, gain is where you probably would have it represent a number. The hardware devices that I've got that I use, like my API pre's and so on, the VU meter there has numbers, although I don't know if they're accurate. The knobs do not. And we don't necessarily want to have all of these things oriented according to numbers to hint that, oh, clearly what you want to do is make this be this number and that be that number and so on. It's so rarely what you actually want sound-wise. There is an attraction to round numbers, and it has nothing to do with what is the best sound. So where possible, I like to fight having those numbers even show up and do stuff where you don't get any relation to numbers or visual feedback, where you might be like, oh, clearly this needs to be on the line, right? No, not necessarily. The sound you're trying to get might have nothing to do with one of the lines. Sometimes, like the metering plugin that I'm making. I got into DSP when I wanted to solve what went wrong with the CDs as a vinyl record fan. Oh, look, here's the thing. Probably not. I am still searching for something with good text, and I'm still not finding it. That's most frustrating. You know what? I feel like this is so hard to do that I'm probably onto something. This is so deeply frustrating, finding what around here could actually still searching. What do we got here? Nope. I absolutely feel like maybe here. An image in new tab. I might be just kind of imagining it. I am so convinced that somewhere I have seen a embossed effect. Oh goodness no, CDs actually got worse. I didn't know what I was looking at when I heard original CDs and was deeply annoyed by how shrill and thin they sounded. But the one thing they did have going on back when they were offending my sensibilities was incredibly high dynamic range. And that's all gone by the wayside. Back in the day, the old CDs that you used to get in like the 80s, maybe early 90s, would not even be normalized to the full crank. You could get entire CDs. For instance, I'm going to need to put another log on my fire, or at least I might need to. I've got a old Ace of Base CD that I got in recent years just to study what it was, because it is, of course, early example of one of the great Hit Factory makers. The band is not the producer of this particular CD, but if you get the old Ace of Base CD, the sign, not all the songs are normalized to full volume level. It's actually quite... Can I show that on stream? I'm not sure if I can play it. I'm not sure if I want to play it. But I feel like I might have that on an SD card. I do. Here's your CD. This is the Ace of Base CD, directly ripped. That's how loud it is. This is a band, a commercial release. Like if I was to study this kind of thing, and look here, we have a single noise. I'm not sure what the heck this is supposed to be. It's a loud boop of some kind. Let's hear a quick glance of what the loud boop was. It's a whoop. Yeah, that's part of the initial sound of whatever this track was doing. This track just is only this loud. This is Ace of Base's CD. You can buy this. Want to talk loudness war? This is anti-loudness war. And of course, let me find... believe that is their hit single, The Sign. I'm not willing to play a bunch of their music on stream because I don't feel like having a content ID attacked. But since I have this control, we can just make the volumes go down. Yeah. This is a CD that is arguably more dynamic than vinyl. It's capable of hitting peaks right up to 0, and this entire track is peaking like 3 dB down, 6 dB down. And you can see what it's doing with it. My hit record meter is showing all kinds of good stuff here. Sound being... That's going to be... the song, The Sign. They had all this headroom for loudinating it, and it's anti-loudinated. The whole thing is scaled to be down this quiet. This is what it closely resembles the appearance of vinyl records of this era. The vinyl records also tended to hit this quietly in the RMS and have peaks going up to here or higher, And the thing about the CDs is that they tended to push the slew rate a little bit farther. So the sound of this like 1980 CD is in fact as dynamic or more dynamic than vinyl records. It's just a little thin because it's early CD sound and 16-bit and all that kind of stuff. So you are losing something, but it's got a lot going on. You can see on the zero cross meter that it goes into the bass quite effectively, but we've also got an awful lot of bright stuff going on. The sounds are getting pretty aggressive. If the entire CD was voiced so that all of the zero crosses tended to hang around down here, then nobody would be talking about bright, shrill CDs because it would have the dynamic range and it would have the tonal balance. It would have a little less in terms of thickness. In fact, one thing we can do with effect stacks here is manipulate it. We've done this before. We did this with a vinyl record, in fact. So there is air. And here is our meter. And again, we're going to turn the volume off. And so we've got the sine going on, but then if we take the volume, the brightness right down, we can make it hit a lot darker, just like that. Or put it back. There's the brightness is being carried by the airband. So doing this is going to be making it less thin sounding. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dial it in so that it's hitting about exactly the same as the, or I could do it the other way by leaving the airband the same, but boosting the loudness of everything else. Oh, and that was it for that. I don't really have reference mixes for my own work as much as all that. Let's see how this shapes up. There's the end of that, and the beginning of the track is coming along. And there we go. We have now boosted it so much that we are peaking. So instead of doing that, instead of like flat topping it, let's pull it right back. And let's pull the airband down just a hair. And we're making it so that it matches, so that the volume of the sound is standing out a little bit more. We can even give it a little bit more than that. And then the peaks are also going up to about the same place. And you can kind of hear the thumps of it. In fact, I can bypass... Oh, no, wait, I don't want to bypass the air. So if we remaster it kind of like this, we can make it so it's from the CD, it has all the dynamics, but it has the fullness and bass that the CD did not have because we've taken down the highs quite considerably. And yeah, it is all quite doable. And that is the tangent that I went on, being asked, have CDs gotten better lately, and are CDs as dynamic as vinyl records? They absolutely can be. You could put out a CD today that was pretty spectacular sounding, even though there's really no point because people aren't consuming and listening to CDs. But honestly, I have heard of people getting nostalgic for 80s CDs. And like I have just demonstrated, you could go more wrong than doing that. it is perfectly legitimate to be nostalgic for 80s CDs. They'll be kind of bright and crunchy, but you can get 80s CDs with relatively unrestricted dynamics, where it's really taking advantage of what dynamics can actually do. And some of the classic vinyl records did the same, because some of the classic vinyl records were in fact mixed to old school CD, like there was a Philips and a Sony digital audio tape back in the day. That stuff, like, I'm pretty sure that the Police album Synchronicity is an early example of this. It's, I think, SSL mixed, but the 80s sound is like SSL mixed to early digital audio tape. And not DAT, because DAT is a tiny consumer-grade cassette. We're talking reel-to-reel digital audio tape. It existed. Give me a second. I'm going to throw another log on my fire. It's not going to be that cold today, but I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. I'm also trying a new kind of coffee today. There's a kind, it's a supermarket brand that I buy called Jim's, which is, they do dark roasts, the kind that I like. I've been drinking a kind of coffee called Blend X for ages, but I'm trying another kind that they call Sweet Love. And it's also a dark roast, but slightly less. And I'm seeing how that rolls. Stuff like that is always kind of interesting. I've talked about how, like, I am a recovering drug addict. Back in the day, I got real high to the point where I had to stop. And my interaction with coffee is affected by that, partly because I crave it and drink tons of it, but partly because I'm also very interested in, like, you know, what kind of caffeine buzz do you get off of different kinds of coffee? Because it's limited. If you really want to crank out, then there is always like meth and stuff. If you want to hurt yourself, there's better ways than drinking coffee. Coffee will rot your gut out and give you a stomachache way before it'll get you really fried. But different blends of coffee have different vibes to them. You know, back in the day, they would say that different blends of LSD also had different vibes to them. And I think that is kind of true. That's not something I get to do anymore. I'm more interested in finding my way to those places on my own rather than shortcuts. Back in the day, the Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention said, "We are for sane and sensible drug policies. People should be able to do what they want. However, the high that you're seeking is a spiritual high. You are bullshitting yourself if you expect some kind of chemical shortcut to do it for you." And that I will completely endorse. That getting into drugs as some kind of path to anything other than breaking wherever your head is currently at, you're bullshitting yourself if you're thinking that that is going to be the final answer. But then I also sympathize because I have made that mistake. You know something? Let us stop looking for the thing that I was looking for. I have been desperately trying to find any example of what I thought I saw. If this is that rare, maybe I should be doing it just because nobody else is. Like, here is yet another example. Here's somebody else's opinion of a interface. You can clearly see that this has had great effort taken to make it look like it is a 3D thing. Although people do this, but I'm not the direction that the light is coming from seems weird to me. Why is the light coming from above right when it's usually above left? That said, it seems to be consistently represented. It's not happening on, this is like I was talking about being able to have a little tiny adjustment thingy, which was a small interface element. This is an example of that, made to look like a little tiny standard screwdriver adjustable thing with a hex nut on it. Now, we're not going to need to have hex nuts on things, but that's the kind of idea I was talking about. Have an interface element where you can adjust the thing that you normally can't adjust. Wow, I gave that answer a very long time ago. Huh. Also notice that in this particular representation, we have a heavy, blurry shadow on these buttons. One thing that happens when you do that is it makes it really obvious, oh, hey guys, this is a button. And that's neat in its own right. Like, if you do stuff, then that is all well and good. We don't have nearly as much of a big shadow on the big knobs. We kind of do. It's very, very rounded. This is all constructed to be the most satisfying pseudo-real object interface that they possibly could do. It's a Cheney V. I'm not really quite sure who did this. Somebody did it. And we've also got the VU meter, which is designed to look like a physical VU meter as much as possible. I don't think you necessarily have to do that. That said, they are working really hard. Like, I don't think you can read these smaller numbers. I don't think that's actually part of the interface. You zoom in on it, and you can read these larger numbers, but it's a little hard to make out. And then these are just blurs. There's no real use to that being there. And this is, in a real VU meter, I believe this would be a light. I believe it would flash. I don't know if this does, this particular one does that thing. And then we've got our little tick marks, but can you read what that says? This looks like 3 digits with a 1 on the end. These look like 2 digits, but you really can't make out what was there. This is the kind of thing where this is a Skueomorphic interface. You know, is there a purpose to the darker shading here and then the medium gray there and then the lighter gray there? No, but it was present on the physical meter. These are the things where people making the modern interfaces gripe about and think it's terrible, that there is meaningless information in here. It's made to look pretty, but it cannot tell you anything because you can't zoom in and read what this stuff is. I also don't know what this routing, whether that does any. Oh no, it does something. Pre-72, so it starts here and goes through this, and this is basically a channel system. Now, if it reflowed itself based on what you did here, and this was clickable and you could do stuff there, that would be neat. But I don't believe that's the case. What's the subject du jour? We're looking at UX design because I am working in Xcode, and I'm returning to the interface stuff that I'm doing. There's a number of things to do here. And we've done a number of things. Like, I can quickly show you where we've got to. From last Thursday, a little bit after last Thursday was done, I got to here. These are working knobs. They're a little bit more clearly, sharply drawn than typical Skueomorphic stuff. It's a working meter. It's designed to do this. The meter is going to end up becoming a single thing without any knobs and stuff as its own window, but I might want to have the edge border around it anywho. Or not. It could be just plain meter without any of this stuff. but we're working on further expanding what I'm doing here. And what I was working on all last Thursday was being able to do this. Like, this is the shade of light gray that I'm most likely to use for my own stuff. Possibly a little bit lighter, maybe not. But by default, Juice uses a color more like this. And if you wanted a completely jet black and still to be able to use the interface, you could tell the color of the background to be literally jet black, at which point you'd have controls and you'd be able to manipulate them. And it's resizable, so you can make them be smaller controls and sort of still see what's going on. Or we can go back to the Juice dark gray again, at which point it looks a lot cleaner when it's actually able to do highlights and shadows. The whole idea there is being able to make resizable interfaces. Oh no, I am absolutely developing GUIs for Airwindows. That's literally what this is. I am doing it in such a way that I can do special ones that other people don't have. For instance, either on Tuesday or on Thursday, I was able to make it so that these can be drawn at an angle, a tilting forward or tilting backwards angle, and still be pretty realistic looking. Like, I can probably demonstrate that fairly easily. Let's see, here is our plugin editor. So I've got this going on. Actually, let's now, if these were set up vertically, we've now got gain knob tilted one direction, gray being flat, or I can make it tilt a little bit. And that would be, well, let's just build it, put it in, and see what it does. To tape 7, I don't know. Not off the top of my head. Thinking about other things at the moment. Let's see. Gain artifacts. I'm happy to try to answer 5 questions at once, and in fact, it makes it sort of more fun and exciting. But, all right, and here we go. But it's more interesting and fun. See this? Now, all of these knobs are tilted, and they can still be reflowed and resized, although you'll notice that as I narrow the vertical space, tilting them forward or back is actually desirable because it gives me more room to place them. And this first one is clearly tilted back. You can even see how go to the back of it and this thumb is smaller and it gets larger as it moves forward. It's still functional, but it's in 3D space now. This one is tilted very slightly back. You barely pick it out, but you can see that it's on an angle. We're looking down upon this knob, like as in the perspective that you would have if you were mixing on a recording console that was tilted out in front of you. This is overhead, except for it's still on the same flat level. But if this was over this meter, it would look eerily like it was on an overhanging panel. We are underneath this knob. And again, it's all not perfect. We're just fiddling with everything to the best of our ability. And we can give them all the juice type outline. there were always some little details, like you can see as I move this one, that there's a little artifact that's popping out here. I never really solved that. It might be worth solving at some point in the future, but here's how we set up controls so that these various different things have a visual appearance that makes it look like these knobs are at angles. And they shouldn't really be side to side like this, because this defies the appearance of physical reality. What you would want is to have this one underneath, this one in the middle, and this one overhead. This is for the top of the screen, this is for the bottom of the screen, and all of our little window interfaces would be kind of like that. Oop. And if we make them all be literal gray again, that's doing the same thing as making the red color be literally the middle color. Because if it's grayscale, red and green and hello. Well, that's interesting. It says it succeeded, but it made a folder. What are we looking at here? There we go. Now it looks like a bundle. It looked like a folder for a second. I have no idea why it did that. But now we have put it back. I've also made a version where you could adjust one of the controls and it would tilt one of these guys or untilt it. But the idea is mostly we've got stuff that is being viewed straight on. And we'll also have a place for putting a screen to draw stuff on. And then we also have the capacity to have angled knobs that won't be as pretty as this because they can't be as finely outlined, but be able to fit stuff that you can see what it's doing and fills a clickable space, and the whole thing can be resized and rescaled like this. So if you wanted your plugin to be rather tiny, you could have your plugin tucked in here, and it would, the screen would still go if you were able to see what it was doing, and you'd still be able to click on the plugins and manipulate them. You'll see, however, that the color picker is completely gone at this point. It only works if it is fairly large, and that's one of the things I really need to make go away. I was going to solve the color picker thing. So, So let's center, exhale, relax, center. Drink some water, make some more coffee. We're about an hour and 15 minutes in. New Junk City, it is actually very easy to make the mouth up-down movements work with. It's just a selection. I will literally show you. Right up here, there could be a little rotary trim pot kind of thingy that could be used to change that behavior. But if we do this, I'm kind of trying to figure out which one it wants. Because we're going to want a constant. In order to set this properly, we're doing set slider style. So mouse up-down movements, you're going to want vertical, right? So set slider style. Oh, hang on though. I'm speaking too soon. If the slider style is... Oh no, that returns... That's a piece of processing here. See here, we've just changed this. Watch what it does. I do have to build it first. I've overridden the rotary sliders. I have not overridden the vertical or horizontal sliders. So what we're going to get here is mismatched controls. Observe. This is not the way to do what you asked. We've got a slider marking in here. These still work. This is in fact vertical and horizontal, but all we're doing is drawing the stock juice sliders again. And then if we change the color, we have just altered the stock juice sliders again. Might be worth throwing in some overrides for being able to do the horizontal and vertical ones while I'm at it. I feel like I could make that be consistent to what's going on here. In particular, since my gradients and things, I've got a consistent rendering here. There's no special reason I couldn't draw a matching thumb on top of something like this. But yeah, that's not actually the correct thing. What I'm looking for is another thing related to vertical. But it's rotary vertical drag. And watch this. If I do this, you have fab filter behavior. So let us quick build that. And I'm pretty sure what's going to happen here is we're going to have the Airwindows rendering, but it's not going to track the same way because it's paint I'm overriding. So let's test that assumption. So here's our snappy, the rotary behavior. Here is the fab filter behavior. So you're really a big fan of the mouse up-down movements? We could make that be a thing. We can also do horizontal movements. And again, all resizable and stuff. There's a rotary behavior. Here's our fab filter style behavior. Hopefully it's got the right ballistics, by which I mean the amount that you move on the screen is useful. We also have scroll wheel for each of those. So there's that. Like, you do have the capacity to manipulate stuff using scroll wheel. at whatever size you wish. But again, New Junk City, this is what you asked for. We've got move up, and then continue to go up, and then continue to go up. Whereas rotary, one reason I kind of like it is because I can go way off screen and do very tiny motions this way. But all they need to do is put a little logic into there, and that becomes a thing. So mouse up, down, if you click anywhere on the knob apart from the point. If you click on the point, does it then follow the point? Well, that's interesting. There's one thing I do have is the point on these guys. Fair. See, I didn't know that because I don't have FabFilter. That said, well, there's a couple of things I was kind of interested in here. I know one of the things I was looking to try to do, I'd like to see whether I can move the Airwindows look and feel stuff over to the AirwindowsUI file. My wood stove is making noises, if you just heard that. It should be fine. It's not going to be as cold as it has been. It's gradually ceasing to be winter. Let's see what we can do. So, plugin editor H file, AirwindowsUI H file. So if I take this and simply remove it and put it over here, and then we've got this here, so I need to take this also and put it I'm trying to make it so that literally everything lives in one file, which may or may not work. If not, I'll have to go and put it all back. But now that I've moved that, this no longer relates to this stuff anymore. So what I need to do is take this draw rotary slider out of here. Oops. Come on. Be nice to me, please. I'm not going to look at chat for just half a moment as long as I'm doing this. Copy that, remove it, and put it in the C file. put that there. Then go back to here. What else have I got that's using this stuff? Because these all are supposed to be kind of reading each other. And I am pretty sure so here we've got AirwindowsUI, and this can be one big file. Well, let's see if we still build. Rather than dig into it anymore, let's see if it still builds. Let's see if it's up. Oh, no, it does not. And I'll tell you, 4 duplicate symbols for architecture. I don't know why it would be complaining about that. Duplicate symbol meter. Duplicate symbol Airwindows look and feel. Okay, so it's mixed up. I did something to make it be unhappy, but I'm not quite sure what to do to make it be right again. I wonder whether it will give me any hints. And plugin processor. Include plugin editor. Plugin editor does include AirwindowsUI H. Maybe this relates to the order of operations, and I need to include it first because it was at the top of this file. Let's not include plugin processor here. Let's have this be standalone. This here means if this doesn't exist, then use one of these. This is code that's referred to by this, so it does need to include that. This I've told to include AirwindowsUI H. It's going presumably first. It's presumably including these in the order that they are called upon. Here we have include plugin editor. I've just changed a thing to do with includes. Let's see if it actually made it be any better. That looks like a nope to me. Oh, it became a lot more upset now. And this would be why. It now doesn't know what juice is. So this is going to be tricky. We might waste a whole day on this kind of stuff, so I will continue to talk with the chat while I do. Yeah, so I am enjoying the circular style to some extent myself. I get it. So if I was to do this H file, and then do includes here. Do we get things to be any better now? No, but there is the 4 duplicate symbols problem. So what does that actually mean? It's actually not showing me anywhere. And that's a little frustrating. Like it says 4 duplicate symbols. plugin processor and AirwindowsUI. So the problem is going to be in one place or another. That probably means this only has to be fixed in one place. What are these symbols you'd speak of, Kimosabi? Meter and Airwindows look and feel. So in some ways we're referring to this, but we're not supposed to be referring to this in both places. If I only was to refer to whatever we're referring to in AirwindowsUI, that seems more correct. The question becomes, where is it referring to what it's supposedly referring to, which I don't honestly know? I don't see where there is a... See, what's the complaint? Now it's not showing me the thing, so let's try to find that again. There we go. So meter and Airwindows look and feel. Well, if we have duplicate symbols, maybe what it means is it's not able to connect everything together, so it's supposed to do the one symbol in each place, but it's not. If that was the case, we've got it in Plugin Editor. If we also had it in Plugin Processor. Okay, does that help your confusion, computer? Does that make it better? No, it did not. Which isn't likely to make me any money doing this. There have been times when I did, but I was trying to do music making. So this did not work. Which is fine. I would like to not have that in there anyway. Oh, wait. I can't actually take that out, can I? Oh, but what if instead I tried to do it from Plugin Editor? Well, I can still find the things. I think I'm still going to be getting duplicate symbols, though. So why would I be getting duplicate symbols? Oh, maybe these can't be defined here. These are the things. These are the ones that were a problem. So if instead of putting these here, just all of this stuff just defines the kinds of things, but then we go to Plugin Editor, and where we're defining this stuff, we've got the AirwindowsUI things in there. And AirwindowsUI needs to have this stuff defined in here. Will this work? Maybe we shouldn't have moved that stuff from here. If we were to do this, no, it's not happy. Can we instead, is this like made inside AirwindowsUI or something? Like, okay, class Airwindows look and feel. Yeah, fair. So this stuff it expected class name. It's an undeclared identifier. Oh, but then it went back again. Never mind. It was just complaining about stuff that wasn't actually a problem. So if we have this class defined, but we can't actually talk about it here, unnamed type, maybe instead we do the class and then the type name. Let's see whether this works. Oops. Let's see if you're any happier doing this, because we just moved the thing over into another file. Maybe we need to do this in order to make it talk to the class. After all, when we do juice slider, we're talking to a class. It just lives inside all of this stuff. I don't know if I'll try to build and see if it does anything differently. No. No, it's an undeclared identifier. Well, our file name is AirwindowsUI. Is it any happier if I tell it to be that? Is the class name AirwindowsUI? Nope, that's also an undeclared identifier. Somehow we've just moved this stuff over here to where we can no longer use it for anything. And that's troublesome. Like if we refer to, I wonder if I can do web searches on some of this stuff. I suppose it's worth a try. I'm going to also go and make more coffee. Maybe throw another log on. Maybe the fire's doing okay. Generally, when I'm struggling with this stuff, I don't want to also be cold. So now what am I trying to type? Use of undeclared identifier. It's really a C++ problem. That said, I know other people are going to have the same C++ problems. A variable that has not been defined. Okay, that's actually quite unhelpful. Yep, you've made some, I know I've made some modifications. I'm trying to make everything sit in one file that I can just bring in. But that's not going so well. And I can't actually do these things here, but when I do them in their own place, see, we got an unknown type name. But then if I put them back, I get the duplicate. Let's get the other problem again. I'm going to try to not get too discouraged with all of this. Everything was working before, so in theory, I know I can make it all be working again. We're going to build. We're going to get the same problems as before. Oh, we have lots more problems now than we wanted. And that is because plugin editor H isn't declared. Which one do we want? Oh wait, we've already got. So plugin editor H doesn't actually help. Let's try this. If we can stop it complaining about undeclared identifier juice and go back to our duplicate symbols problem, that might be more helpful. Because we do actually know that we're going to have plugin processor and plugin editor. Ideally, I'd like to get it so that I can drop the one pair of files in there and then just start using it for stuff. So duplicate symbol. Oh, hey, we've got all these windows. Included a file multiple times. Well, if I don't include the juice there, then I can't use it at all. Several entry points. Is this an entry point? Can I remove that and still have the same problem, or do I have lots more problems? Nope, same problem. But we know that the duplicate, it's like it's having this problem. And I got to define this stuff somewhere. This won't work either. We're using it in places, so we got to declare it somewhere. If we declare it here, yeah, see, we got to be able to declare that somewhere. And that. But if we do this, we've now declared the thing, but it's unhappy because it has duplicate symbols. And the complaint there says shared code A and it's appearing in plugin processor and AirwindowsUI. It's also complaining because it's appearing in both of these. It's like it's not able to connect these things together somehow. It is complaining about the symbol existing in processor and UI, and also the symbol appearing in processor and editor. Although, funnily enough, it doesn't look as if we are talking about those things in either of these places at all. That's mysterious. Like, I don't see a reference to meter here. This just sends info. Why would? Yeah. Yeah, this is just audio to UI messages. This shouldn't know what the interface is. Well, if you didn't include plugin editor, then what would happen? Oh, it's not happy. Didn't like that one bit. Never mind, we'll roll it back. Tell you what, this is a time for me to go off and make another cup of coffee. I would not like to put all of this stuff back, but I will if I have to. Here's an old synthesizer jam called Boogity Down. And back. After a bit of a pit stop, coming here to discover that this is a bit of a bop. This jam is going, hey John Smith. And we just left off after having changed this thing to get to where this stuff doesn't work. And so my next cue is to try to find how to deal with this duplicate symbols problem. And I think the next thing is to not be even concerned with juice, because it's a C++ problem I'm producing. Defining an object in a header file. I believe that is literally what I'm doing. Seems cool. Many people have this problem. That's somewhat reassuring. We're going to look at all of these answers. 2 or more objects. Bloody-blee. So let's try to understand what this is about. This is a thing that I have just done that made it break. So also, files wrapped in multiple definition guards. Oh, you didn't in fact actually clean all the object files. Here is a thing. Duplicate symbols. If I clean build folder, it might be trying to use object files that have been built differently. Now if I try to build it again, we'll see whether it'll take longer, but whether that helps at all, because that's one possibility. That's not to say that this fixed it. It may have not, but that would be one way of running into that problem. Oh, no, we still have the same problem. So what's happening is we're building this here. We are, in fact, trying to define stuff in the H file. That's maybe not good. Maybe I should be defining it here somewhere. I feel like that is not supposed to be, yeah, I'm glad that that's working for you, Igor. Header file. Defining object in header file rather than merely declaring it. Function declared inline in the header. Well, this is the difference between what a header file and the other one is. This is being defined here. These are function declared inline. This is not declaring a function inline. We're making this class. The class contains stuff like this. And then we do this, and this is the problem. So it's like it's including it each time. So what are people doing to get around this? We're not even doing the, yeah, like that. This is exactly what's going on. The solution is to define the declare it extern int and define it in exactly one of the source code files. Huh. Well, can you literally do this? And then, let's say in editor, do this without the extern. Is it then happy about that? I'm skeptical. Huh. Okay, so here, what did we just do? You declare the object in the header file like this, and then define it in one of the source files where it was able to find the stuff that I was talking about. So we can use, is this same solution showing up elsewhere? Well, I don't want code bloat, I know that. Declare and then define it in the appropriate C file. Oh, or, see, what are we doing here? God, excuse me. So it looks like, I mean, I suppose one thing I can do is check and see whether that build actually works. It seems to me as if it's no longer complaining and unhappy. And see, this no longer has stuff out of the wrong place. This no longer has references to my stuff. I was thinking about renaming all of this so that it was no longer as specific to this one particular meter. If you know what I mean. It feels to me as if the stuff can be talking based on just a much more limited form of what it is. Okay, let's see. We can do that. We can do this. Let's clean the build folder and start over. We're going to build it like this. If that succeeds, then I can pack all of other kinds of stuff into AirwindowsUI and refer to it and have that work. It's been able to build so far, having made that one change. Let's go and quickly see what we've got. Oh, I totes lost, yeah. There we go. Okay. Hey, Gabriel. What machine CPU? This is Mac Studio. Alrighty. We're going to see whether what we did works. If this works, we never updated that. I really wonder whether I can isolate clicking on the thumb versus not. Let's poke around a little bit more in the same search thing, because I just successfully made it work, so I'm reasonably satisfied that this was the correct thing. That's not the same solution. I'm trying to find multiple places where they have the same solution, where I'm using extern. If endf and define, and never include CPP, that's fine. I'm doing that. This turned out to, well, I just closed it. There was an answer, and I got it to work. Photos, I used to be a, in fact, I think I've answered that on Patreon, because you asked me on Patreon. For a while there, I was a patron of Oli Larkin. And I was very supportive, partly because he was into doing the vector graphics thing and so on. I was never able to make it work for me or even get close. And I think he went to a point of saying like, hi, I'm getting corporate sponsorship or something like that. And so therefore I don't actually need Patreon anymore. At which point I was like, alrighty then, and I left. But yeah, I'm familiar with Oli. Oli Larkin is the person who helped me set up VST 2.4 for the first time. When nobody else was able to do it, Oli Larkin walked me through on a live stream, which I think not a live stream, a video call. And I believe I still have the saved video of that, where we walked through putting it together and making it work. And I wrote down everything that I did. And then after that, I never had to return. But yep, Oli Larkin is personally responsible for everybody having VST plugins from Airwindows. He was there for me at a time when I needed a great deal of help with that stuff. Now I'm wondering about whether I should be doing inline. However, this may not be relevant to what I'm talking about. Member functions explicit or implicit inline. This is definitely high level C++ bibble bibble bibble. Templates. Yeah, this is over my head. It's a feature of C++, but yikes. Static means one instance is defined of a variable. Fair, okay. Things do have to care about being thread safe too. The challenge here is figuring out whether the stuff that I'm doing is breaking something in C++ or Juice that I don't know about. Unfortunately, I don't really have the background for knowing whether I'm doing something wrong here, which is one reason why I sometimes grind to a halt, getting scared of doing this stuff in a way that's broken. So we've got that, we've got that. Ah! Okay, similar problem. Do not define variables and headers. Fair, okay. I wonder whether I'm... No, it seems to be fine still. Gabriel, I relate to that observation very well. Indeed. Indeed, sir. So let me poke around a little bit in the code. Hang on a second. Allow host to resize, use bottom right corner resizer. Okay. And we can put limits in, though we don't have to. Currently, we're not placing any limit on this whatsoever. So what are the things I have left off, right? What are the things that I have not done yet? Ooh, look at that. Meter set, so C, opaque, true, erase, make visible, body, body, bloom. So meter reset erase. Is that now in AirwindowsUI? Yes, it is. Okay. Can we refactor all of these? We can. Photos, no, they are not. So my question now is whether I can generalize this to be whatever number of things I want, similarly to how in the AUs and the VSTs, the early ones, I've got controls that basically just go A, B, C, D, and so on, and that tells me that it's something that is serving general purposes rather than specific things. I am thinking I might just want to do that here as well. my arrays are like this. And we can make them all relate to just letters. And everything will still work because it has successfully gone and found all the places that I'm referring to them. But if I was to reuse this, I wouldn't want it to be all talking about like peak and slew and zero cross, because it would need to be somewhat more generalized. So we're trying to strip that down a little bit. And Fire and Stone are not actually related to the upcoming musical card game, no. In fact, I'm not sure I have. Yeah, no, I don't. That's not in there. Card game has colors associated with it. There have been times when I thought that I could associate those things. Right now, the colors relevant to that would be red for cruel and angry tonally, and gray for cruel and empty. And there's an association of other things going on as well, like yellow corresponds to happy empty. But yeah. So not as much. Let's see, data B. How about data C? It's going to find the relevant things. And we're going to rename all of the things. At which point it'll be a little clearer, not which thing is being communicated, but that there are multiple channels going into these multiple places to do multiple things. Because each plugin is going to have its own data going in and out. And it doesn't have to be slew or zero cross or anything of the sort. It can be entirely other things. This is all part of the messaging system. And if we just update all of this stuff relevantly, we can kind of clarify without breaking any of the actual functionality. Oh, well, that's cool. I'm not sure whether you can link that there. I'm not sure whether I have the bandwidth to do a lecture on that, but that seems to me to be a cool thing to have done. Nice. And then G and H. There is a whole series of things that I feel I should have done that I need to include, like F, G, and H. Here we go. I mean, we could absolutely just do an array of arrays too. That is completely doable. It's a little more abstract than I was prepared to do. So here's draw rotary slider. Here's our Airwindows meter struct. Oh, interesting. What if we started doing these too? Where is this going to be found? Oh, okay. Literally only right there. Now, that's adorable that we apparently have a variable or something called huge. Now, what if we tried to redefine these? Now what do we get? Should work. We're generalizing. We're making it so that it's very obvious that we just have multiple bands going into this thing. They could mean any number of things. They don't just have to mean the stuff I say they mean. And that's why we're doing this. And then we'll get on to some of the stuff that needs to be done. We're just caught up in a little of this nonsense. Because it can happen. I just want to make it more obvious that this is how the messaging stuff works. And it's not specific to things like RMS or peak values. It could be anything. Which also means you can continue these letters as much as you want, because the control might end up having many, many channels going in and out. D. This is my kind of abstracting. Making it more clear that a particular section is just part of the machinery. It's not the bit that you're working on, it's the bit that's built into the machine. Let's keep going. FG. In that case, rather than dancing with the shaman's drum, it's like repainting the shaman's drum. H. These don't actually have to all be given different names either. They can be just float x, data equals x, float x, data equals x, float x, data equals x. That would work just fine. Which makes me tempted to do literally that. And now if I update these, and it's not the same x each time, it's specific to the one that is in, we passed it into here, and then we're using it there. And again, these are all about the same. We're defining this variable separately. Which probably means we don't have to have it up here, but maybe we do. I don't honestly know. Let's see what happens when we try to move it down to here and see what it does. We're supposed to be able to refer to this stuff. So this is important. This is part of what all these other ones do. This is important too. I don't know if I need to declare this right up top or not, but we're going to find out right now. I did have to define it right up top. So let's define all of the ones that I know need to be used here. Oh, hang on. Let's move both of those things up here. There. That said, we don't actually have to declare that up there, but we have. And then just look for fun. Let's fool with this a little bit more. There we are. It's a little bit more looking like there's more than one statement there. Do the order of functions in a struct matter? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. So let's see, going to the C file. Here's this, here's that. And these things that I've declared in here can actually live anywhere because we don't have them in the C file. They're being declared in the header file. They're part of a struct, but the functions literally live here. And all of them fit into this part, so they're not actually included in the C file. Even the reset arrays, that's not included in the C file either. But this is a part that's going to change. We've simplified that a little bit, I think. Okay. So we should have this actually working. And I believe we do have it actually working. And we've got the meter paint function here. How have we got all of this defined? I know one of the things that I'm going to want to do is put in some bevels and things. I want to shade it in a particular way. And I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do to make that happen. Knowing that I want to draw the transparent whites and blacks over the background inside where this renders. It may or may not want to have a black outline. It might be nice. It might be nice to have a black line. And that means I'm looking at drawing extra lines outside of all this stuff. And that means that if we want it to be 1-to-1 dimensions, oh, and I still needed to do something with this color selector too, but that's just maybe. Where are we resizing these things? Not here. Nope, plugin processor doesn't have any editor stuff in it. That's by design. It's meant to not have any editor stuff in it. It's also presumably running in separate threads. That's why it has to do all this value sending. So where have we defined how big the bus is? Well, it's not in here. I just said it wasn't in there. There's our editor. Here we're making these exist. The juice sliders get names. Can I use the name for something? That's another concern I had. And then here is presumably where we make these be sizes, but I don't see where that's happening anymore. But this is where the overall size is. So this is where we have data points. So we got a 1200. Somewhere we specify the size of this thing. Could it be here? No, I think at no point are we specifying the exact size of the thing. However, this is specifying the size of each pixel. So I'm pretty sure that in editor, See where we got set size, slider, name, color. So that is, this exists, okay? I don't know how this relates to the flexible size of everything. Oh, never mind, found it. Resized. Here's where we set the size of everything. And we're setting the size of everything relative to the overall size. So if we lose that, for one, everything goes right up to the edges, and that's probably a good place to start. And here's our color settings. And this slider background color ID is in fact not being used for a slider on the rotary ones, which is also going to override it based on whether I have any horizontal or vertical ones available. And that's something that might be a concern. Although if I override all of those things, it doesn't matter. They can all be relative to the background color. Gives one furiously to think. Anyway, this is where we got to. Corners and then size. So let's move that there. Move that there. And all of this stuff follows the same rules. So what's happening with these things, we've got this, and then this set of 3, and this. And let's also, this is a good place to have this. Or it would be if I could move the damn thing. How about we get able to move the damn thing? Would that be reasonable? Because this ain't nothing but setting the tilt, and there's no reason that shouldn't be right where I need it. Kind of like this. So here what happens is we're setting the knobs and placing them. We could rename all of those to be letters as well, although we don't have to. Inspect button and color selector are going to be ignored. Honestly, I'm not sure how much I need melatonin at the moment. That being the name of the resizable inspect button that Sudara made. It's a thing called melatonin. It's very complicated, and it lets you look at and manipulate all the little controls and all the little positions and things. That said, the instant I do resized, everything will get reset again. Melatonin will not actually do this stuff. But in theory, it could give me a start for some of these things, but I might be just as well off designing them from scratch. So here's what we're doing. Resized is where stuff actually gets positioned, and we're not even positioning any of this stuff here. Come to think of it, by the same token, we don't need that. It's a completely moot point because it's getting overridden immediately anyway. We've got this here saying set size, place this last, it'll call resized and everything within. So we could tell it to be a relevant size. Everything depends upon whether I am, let's change this. Everything depends upon whether I'm working on the knobs right now or whether I'm working on doing the final standalone meter right now. And that absolutely can be resizable and not have all these extra controls on it. That said, there are multiple things I'm trying to do all at the same time. Among them, do a control for changing the color. Maybe do controls for horizontal and vertical sliders in case they are useful. It'd be a little weird doing the that tilt effect I've got going on. There are so many things to do. This apparently is the thing that I tested. Here are strings, but we don't necessarily want to do that, do we? Not here. So one of the things I was thinking about was how to draw titles on stuff, and that would be living within AirwindowsUI. So one of the things that we could do is investigate that a little bit. Let's start by trying to draw text anywhere. I mean, we could draw text in the middle of the knob. Might not be too shabby of an idea. Let's fool with that a little bit. So let's see. So if we were just to grab that and put it elsewhere, supposing we're drawing all of this stuff and then we want to draw something on top of it all. We've just drawn all of this. And then we're going to continue by drawing something else. So if we were going to do that, let's firstly not have the color be that. I'm really interested in doing custom fonts as well, but that's way ahead of the game. We haven't even made a single thing exist yet, and we're not actually starting. Rotary slider is all being drawn within bounds. Draw ellipse square. So we can draw in here. However, we don't necessarily want this. So what else can we do? Can we do something having to do with positioning? Remove from top, remove from bottom, get proportion, enlarge, expand. We can set center. How about that? Then what do we get? We might need to fiddle with it quite a bit, but that's fine. There's the thing. Justification centered. We don't have this text yet, but that's fine because we're trying to do something else. Don't need that stuff. Instead, what I'm wondering is whether I can get information having to do with whatever this particular slider is. And drew slider at slider, so we've got some stuff. What else can we do? Set title, get title. Let's assume we can do this, but instead of that, ooh, maybe it'll be smart and give me sensible suggestions if I do this. We got get name, we got get tooltip. Ooh, get description, that might be interesting. Well, tell you what. What do we do if we simply have slider get name? In fact, why don't we just draw that directly in here? Then what happens? Let's find out what we got. We just did a thing. Oh, it failed? Dang it. What's the matter here? We've got G, a whole bunch of stuff. Why don't we have this? No matching member function? Well, let's step some of that back then. If we have this, then does it? No, no, no. All right, so what do we have? We were able to do set font. We've got draw fitted text. That's interesting. Multi-line text. Here's a bunch of variations on this. Justification type. Oh, maybe it doesn't want that false to be there. See, we got justification centered. It's saying stuff like this, right? You can give it a rectangle, but I don't see an additional I'm confused. I don't know why it's upset with this. I don't know why it would not have a matching member function. Is it because it doesn't like square get center? Let's go and look again. So we can give it int x and int y and int width and int height. We can give it text, that's presumably okay. We can give it text in a rectangle, int area, or a rectangle float area, we can give it a justification. And we can draw single line text without any of that fuss. That might start and baseline. And we've got square, which is the position of our thing, right? So we want an X position. Okay, maybe we can do something kind of like this. It's certainly able to find draw single line text. Now let's see if that, it doesn't like that. That was a very simple mistake. We have done a something. Let's see what it makes. In theory, we are drawing either the name or something else on top of the knob at some size or other. We've drawn it on top of the thumb. Okay. Cool. And it's called gain knob and cutoff knob. Fine. Well, that's all great fun. Fancy that. We've got animated labels. Oh, Pakori, if you hang around long enough, it does sometimes happen. A lot of stuff is grimly serious, but every now and then something kind of silly happens. So yeah, that was the thumb. If we do it here, it won't be doing that. And in fact, it will draw the thumb over anything we do, which is probably more consistent with things looking appropriate. Let's also see whether we can do this. If we do that correctly, it should be pretty well positioned, so the beginning of the line starts at exactly the middle and just continues onwards. So that's not great, but on the other hand, it should at least work. And I don't think we're going to want to keep this, but bit by bit, we're doing it correctly. And there, it started in the middle. We've got our labels. I'm not entirely happy with how that looks, but we are at least correctly drawing stuff. May even be able to Here's their names. So to go back to the UI place, let's look at some of these things. I mean, ideally we want to figure out the size of the name. Tries to draw inside a given space. So this does some of your stuff for you. Got a string. Here's you feed it a rectangle. You feed it justification flags. Rectangle int area. Do we have square as an int? Is that maybe a problem? Is there something maybe we're doing wrong? Auto square juice rectangle int. Yeah, it's supposed to be an int, all right. Yeah. Oh, but some of that, well, it's to float, but it's defined as an int. Square. Now, where did it talk about that elsewhere? Also, other things are now complaining. I know we had a reference to this somewhere else. I'm trying to figure out whether I literally deleted it and took it away or not. Oh, okay. Haha. That's what it wants. And then int maximum number of lines. Oops. 1. Do this. And maybe that's going to work, or not. So this is the same problem we had before. What the heck is going on here? Why are we not able to use, which bit is it failing to do? Because like no matching member function means something about this is not right. Draw single line text worked. Draw single line text refers to positions such as square.getCenterX. Do we need to do square dot something? Huh. Well, that'd be weird. Imagine if we had to do square dot square. Looks like we have a whole bunch of things being offered as possible stuff we could tack onto here. We're going to see whether this craziness is what it wants. No. Oh, hello. Okay, so juice rectangle dot float. That just told me something relevant. The reason we're not having it talk appropriately to get draw fitted text is because we're feeding it a square that is in fact made out of floats, and we need to tell it a square that's made out of ints. Okay. How about we typecast it to juice rectangle int? Expected parentheses. Okay, which bit of it does it want to be in parentheses? Does it want this value to be in parentheses? Or did it want the juice rectangle bit? No matching conversion for functional style cast from rectangle float to rectangle int. Well, we've got square X and stuff available. So can we just make one? Oops. Not like that, we can't. Okay, so if we do this, is this then a place where we can instantiate one? With this being a new width and height, are we creating one like this? Implicit conversion. Ah, but oops. Oops, 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 oops. I am just falling apart in big chunks and cannot make any sense of anything anymore. And there's only so much coffee a man can drink before he falls over and dies. So let's see. All right, we're now explicitly converting stuff. However, we don't want get center anymore. We want width. Width? No, width, not width. Get width. Alrighty, let's see what we got. We're trying to justify it in a center justification. We're trying to place all of these things and draw fitted text in such a way that it's drawing it in the center of my thing. And we're just going to figure out what even happens. So we got it to build. The question is it drawing stuff where it should? And the answer is no, not really. But it's drawing it centered anyway. Oh, and we're also drawing it so that that covers up the text, which is not necessarily what we want, but is a thing that can happen. Oh, also let's see what the scaling looks like. All right, that's just weird. Huh, It's not drawing inside the circle at all. It's drawing inside the bounding box. Hi. You're super not appropriate. Look at that craziness. Squinch. However, I see it trying to draw its things in a relevant way. It's just failing. Okay, super messed up. If we stretch it, it's bad. If we squish it, it tries to place things appropriately. It doesn't scale up. This is broken in a very interesting way. Wow. What the heck do you think you're doing? That's a little better. Let's play with it some more. Okay, so square. Gradients. Oh! Okay, let's see what it does if we're using gradient square. I know that's not the full size of everything. Also, we're using inset, and we keep making it smaller. So inset is really what the drawing of it is. Let's see what just changed. We got a bunch of changes going on here now. And this is still not to say that we want to draw the text on the actual knob. I'm far from sure I want that. I'm far, far, far from sure I want that. But we can see what it does. And again, we are not centered on where we're supposed to be centered. But we're able to do a bunch of wacky things. And yeah. So the positioning of this is very weird. Very, very weird indeed. Oh, did I simply forget to copy it over? No, it looks like I copied it over. Wow. Okay, so that didn't work. What about the gradient square part? That's meant to be located inside. Located inside. And it's supposed to be giving me a rectangle. Justification centered, huh? Well, what other options do I have? Horizontally centered, vertically centered, centered. Let's see what happens with that. We're changing multiple things, but sometimes that's just how this rolls. And we're also doing gradient square, and we're also copying this over. And again, this is almost certainly not what I really want, but it's showing me where the bounding boxes are, or what I'm doing within bounding boxes. Okay. We are still acting very similarly, and our positioning is all screwed up. See, it's not able to draw it on this at all. So how about if instead we use square get height, we just keep trying things to not much effect, I must admit, but we keep trying things. I will admit it is stressful, but honestly, it's just not as bad as some previous weeks. And see, it looks like, yep, we're not able to locate it appropriately. None of this is working appropriately at all. All of these are being drawn centered on something. What the actual heck? So I had text being drawn. Surely I should be able to base this on draw ellipse, right? But I'm not getting the right values here. This is really not working. And the horizontally centered and the lines of text are proving most unhelpful. Go back to one line of text, it won't make any difference. Don't believe justification is actually helping either, but bounds, on the other hand, well, shucks, if I just used bounds, what would happen? I'm assuming it's nothing good, but I would really like to know what changes. Because this stuff, drawing the circles, I'm using the same information for drawing the circles, but it's not anywhere in the damn circle. It's like web design classes without a teacher or a clue. What have we got? Huh. Although now we are not able to squish it down at all, but boom, suddenly everything is centered as appropriate. That's a trip. So we can draw the label over it and then draw the thumb on top of the label. And we're not enclosing the label in any sense. But it's finally placing it correctly. That's really weird. Well, as long as we're doing that, I do believe that is a variable that scales. I think I'm probably going to make this text size too big here, but that's okay. I want to see what it does. And now we resize and see what we made. Oh God, okay, that's terrifying. Well, so now that's far too big. So maybe instead we just use literally Let's see what that does. Gain cure. Doesn't need to be, maybe it needs to be even smaller than this, but we'll see. Or maybe it needs to be line W. That could be a thing. Or some variation thereof. We're rapidly throwing some variations on here to see what happens. One thing about it is that if I can get the size to work, that would also be, oh, and that's tiny. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny. Can't read it at all. It goes to tiny little sizes. And then it's really quite limited as to how big it gets. So rather than multiplied by let's see what we get if we're using the literal line weight. That's a further square root function. So that's supposed to be visually scaled appropriately to make it be the right line weight. And then the question is, multiplying that by 8, is that an appropriate amount? And what happens? Well, we sure didn't make it much bigger. However, I feel like maybe it's continuing to scale. Sure isn't getting that big though. Maybe that's not the right one. We're going to quickly try this. One that is less scaled down and small. Oh, shouldn't try to double click that. Once I'm finished with doing that, I'm going to see whether I can make my beveled color. And that's far too big, so we're not going to do that. We might have further problems with the size of the text, although I will say it's capable of making it be unusually large. That indicates that I could scale it up and down. Oh, look at that. Itty bitty, itty bitty. Oh, you know what? Set font's going to need to be integer, isn't it? There's your problem. Huh. Don't need this many parens. That's bound to be an accident of some kind. Okay, so if we do this and then we do that, maybe we're going to get something that's acting like a sensible answer. Or maybe not, but we could find out. I'm sure that the struggling with being wrong size has to do with the fact that we're trying to move around a number and it's becoming zeros or whatever. Okay, those are larger until they're smaller and they're fitting within the size of the thing. And they're staying fairly well adapted to the scale of everything without being too bonkers. I know, right? Yeah, that might have something to do with it. Also, you know what? Since it is fitted, we could actually make it be scaled differently. Let's make it be larger just for the moment. Also, we can... Well, let's not do too many things at once. That's a laugh, not do too many things at once. I'm always doing too many things at once. Here's one. What else can we do with this? There should be an explicit conversion here. Build, see what we made. You should at least draw, if nothing else. We've also scaled stuff up a little more. Oh. So, doesn't like the transparent colors nearly as much. That's an interesting side effect, isn't it? It not liking that color. If we draw it in straight up, thank you. Like we should be able to draw stuff. I do not know whether this part is just busted. We'll start with seeing whether we can draw it in white. Okay, we can draw it in white. We can also make the things very large labels, taking up an enormous quantity of space. It's huge. The huge knobs are huge. We may or may not want stuff literally drawn on top of these knobs. We might want that some other way. But for now, that worked. So in that case, if we try to draw it as transparent black, then what do we get? Because we can get around this even if we have to draw opaque by doing something else that's more cumbersome. But for now, we're going to see whether we can draw anything in transparent black in text. It might not accept alpha channel stuff. Now, if it doesn't accept alpha channel stuff, it will end up drawing literally nothing. However, that's not the only option we have. First, let's check this. Let's check our work here. Supposing we're going to do this. This is now ultimate full contrast. And it should produce the effect I was talking about, unless I've got it wrong somehow, which is a possibility. Now we're drawing text twice, and we're using two real colors to do it, so we should get a emboss effect, and we kind of do. It's just very, very subtle. And the intensity is mighty heavy. But if you look real closely, you can see where that is. So if we exaggerate this, we're trying to move the rectangle bound stuff over. Well, I wonder whether I can move it elsewhere. So, draw fitted text. I could use exactly the same one, but can we adjust it? Okay, let's try this instead. If this works, we've adjusted the position of that oh. Come on. Oh, hang on. What's your deal? What if we do this? Okay, it's really unhappy about this, man. It doesn't like this one bit. So we should be able to make a rectangle. And translate that rectangle. But then once we do that, okay, fine. If we are now doing this and translating by floating point numbers, We still got no matching member function because it wants a rectangle made out of ints. But everything else was fine. Can we translate this into ints? It was working for a moment. By God, it was working for a moment. Translate int delta x, int delta y. That's like kind of what I wanted to see happen. I wanted to see the whole rectangle move over by yay much. I don't actually want the rectangle to be overall smaller. Okay, so if we do this, it's still not happy. If we do this, it's happy again. Until we start trying to override it, at which point it's not. It's like we told the rectangle, oh no, and the stream is choked. Oh no, it came back. So yeah, as soon as we start trying to do something like this, set center, or translate, it stops acting like a rectangle made out of ints. But if we do this, it acts like a rectangle made out of ints. And we were able to do something here. So seeing as we have stuff like bevel, what happens? This is not an implicit conversion. This is an explicit conversion. Well, it's claiming it can do it, so let's see what it does. Haha. The question becomes, does this scale itself nicely? And I would hesitate, I would guardedly say that it is. The problem that remains is we have inappropriate colors here. It shouldn't be as intense as this, but that is in fact beveling, and it's happening at a size that is substantially too large, but it is scaling. So one thing we can try is line W. We know that's not as big. And we know that's also scaling according to line weight, which is relevant when we're talking about dealing with the font. I would really like to have a better font for this, but that's yet another story. Also, we might use the raw white. I don't know why it's drawing a line under this. Let's see what it did. It's getting on to that time in the afternoon where, oh, lovely. Look at that. That is 100% a 3D emboss effect. With a text scaling that is working and functional. Only problem is it's being drawn on the actual controls, but that will still, although I do wonder whether I can transform. But we can see that looks like it's part of the same control as the sliders with their little highlight and stuff. You can barely see it, but give me a second and I can quite easily demonstrate. There it is. And that is a way to do an emboss effect that is not too aggressively gratuitous. Makes it look like it's part of the same system rather than being drawn flat on top of it. All we're doing is drawing it twice, and we don't necessarily even have to draw this other one in as intense of a black. In fact, we can do the same technique again. Oh, I'm doing that wrong. Don't mind me. You can probably guess what I'm about to do. Order of operations is important here. Actually, hang on a second. Why am I doing it like that? There. Now we're drawing the white offset by our little offset position. We're drawing a black offset by our little offset position. And then the next thing is to come up with a color that is appropriate. One thing we could do is to simply go with this. And we did something wrong. How about this? There we go. And if we do that, now we've got embossed things which are probably drawn overly sharp. But guess what? One thing we've got going on is this. They're rather sharply colored, but there we have our nice little embossed look. Very, very, very sharply illustrated. And I'll tell you something else. It works with colors. The only downside of it is that it is way too freaky looking. It makes it hard to read if your color values are extreme. Really dark, it's showing up. Originally, I was shooting for a much less contrasty look. And this is a mighty intensely contrasty look. Even if we have it be stark raven white, there's this sharp, sharp little edges cut in here. So although it's kind of pretty to a sense, it's just too flashy. And what we do about that is create intermediate shadings and then a gray type color rather than just this type color. Like if we're going for something that's going to be a darker shade, we can get it to look like it because the detail is just too fine and the color extremes are just too intense. But one thing about it is it will track the different color options. Like set it to a crazy ridiculous color and it will actually track that. Yeah, and that's, I'm looking for black to be basically the outside edge of the thing rather than lots of little details in here. Because it's simply too sharp. It's just too aggressive this way. So I do wonder whether I can modify colors from what's here. We don't get to do transparent. So what we really need to do, oh, interesting. Overlaid with. That's interesting. What can we do with this? Because it should return a color. Overlaid with color, foreground color. Alpha compositing. What do we get out of this? I know we can't actually do alpha channels out of that, but this might be the answer. Overlaid with black. So if we do that, we got our background color ID. We could maybe make our transparencies. Let's see what we got. That should make the same thing that we had before. And our overly intense embossing is still going to be there. Okay, it's overlaid with black, which made it just straight up become black again. So that didn't actually work. I was shooting for gray. However, in this color feature, do we get to overlay it with transparent black? Because if we do, that would work. And Gabriel is telling the truth. What I know from art type stuff, that is in fact a true thing. Although you can violate any rule if you want to. There's been fine artists that used full-on total black as its own kind of really striking color. I can't think of the name of the guy, but there's painters, impressionists, who have done that. Okay, and if I overlay with transparent, it's invisible again. Where's my cursor? Where's my cursor? There's my cursor. Oh, no, come. Oh, never mind. So we can ignore overlaid with now. There. If this works, we can do it for all of the things. Also, if this works, I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee and throw another log on my fire, because it'll be a pretty major step. I think it's possible that it kind of... Hang on. If lightness becomes darker, maybe I'm not using the right formula. Let's find out how this works. So that should be a bunch darker. I don't know. I'm not sure I like that. In theory, this could be a way of getting something. So let's try it. Let's see if in this context that's able to work. If it is, we got something going on. Because we're dealing with direct colors now, so it shouldn't be worried about it being fed into a text thing just yet. This should be a way of getting a darkened version of the background. Much like, we're using this exact technique for the shading, and that's why the shading works in different colors. Trouble is, we keep not getting anywhere. That doesn't look any different. It's supposed to be a bunch darker. Let's find out whether this does anything. Okay. It is actually able to do overlaid with, but it's not listening to anything having to do with alpha channel. That's interesting. So overlaid with works, but maybe like text shade from HSL maybe is simply returning a value without actually changing a damn thing? What if we did this? What if we did that? Seems to work. I was just thinking maybe like text shade dot from HSL is returning, it's like no L value, it's returning the output and then not doing anything with it, and then leaving the original one the same. So I have to assign it to, let's find out. Same deal. If we get there, celebrate with a cup of coffee. Okay. That's stark raving black. We have no change in shade at all, but we did tell it to be 0.1. And at least we're changing stuff. So now if we have the lightness be get lightness times 0.5, knowing that we're changing stuff, and we're not telling it to be 0.1 anymore, is it going to force it to be black again? Or is it going to give me the shade of gray that I've been looking for this entire time? Got there. And now we have a shade of gray that's generated from these things, which also means it honors the background color, even though we can't draw text using alpha blending. Now all we got to do is the same trick for the black and the white. Or maybe just the white, because the black can probably take care of itself. Let's see how aggressive it is. Okay. Ooh, hang on. Yeah. So that stays pretty dark no matter how bright I make it. Interesting. Random quick thought about how this kind of stuff might perhaps work. Our lightness is now relative. Because, you know, 50% of full-on white is pretty dark, but lighter shades. Oh, hello. Okay, we're going to try to make it a bright color, apparently. That's not really what I had in mind, but it does at least answer that we can invert that behavior. Yeah, it's making the value lighter than it's supposed to be. Although, hey, that'll work for the highlight, won't it? It's maybe a little vivid. It's vivid in a sense that this is not. But all of this is relative. Yeah. Okay, so and keep on trying to do what we keep on trying to do. Here's our super heavy shadow. There's our highlight. Okay, I think that might work. It might still blow up or have some kind of weird side effect, but we've scaled the square root in the other direction. Definitely game for going and making another cup of coffee and setting this up, but firstly, alrighty. There. So our shadow is extremely strong here until it's not. It's a mind-meltingly bright white. So this makes us able to draw this and emboss it just a tiny bit. This is probably acceptable for labeling. It will scale according to size. Also appears to be squishing horizontally a little bit. It continues to have that little tiny hint of 3D-ness, but it's subtle. And then we may want to position it elsewhere. And lastly, it will adapt to color shifts. Although as we get dark, we stop being able to see any highlight, so maybe our highlight is not working anymore. Oh, our highlight is definitely not working anymore. Look at that. That is not what we had in mind. So, there's our highlight. There's a black. Let's keep fussing with it. I know I said I wanted to have a, hang on. So there's our background color ID. We're just going to straight up keep using this. I remember that made it much too dark, so we can run with that. Here's the highlight. And then the overlay was fine. It's not offering me anything cool. Can you break it by giving too large of a value, or does it just clip? I guess we're going to find out. Alrighty, so that is a chill looking result. If we make it really bright, that looks basically nice. If we make it really dark, it continues to be, if we go to purely black, we do not have a, oh, but I know something that I can do with that though. 0 times 2 is no bueno, but if we just continue to boost, we can make sure we got something going on. Or average it. Saturation is also going to be a concern with some of this, certainly. And I'm super going to go and get another cup of coffee momentarily. We're closing in the home stretch almost, although I confess I'm frustrated at some of this. I did get everything moved over into AirwindowsUI, but there was other stuff I was determined to do. Granted, this is one of the things I was determined to do. So there's that. As usually, there's many things I was determined to do. Let's see how far we got. That did not work. We kind of need to make it so that if it is stark raving black, you can still see something. Our highlight is not yet functioning. Although our shadow is, to some extent anyhow. And yeah, we can draw just straight up white, and it'll make that all the bits of the text very, very shiny, but I'm just kind of not into that. Alrighty, well, for the moment, one final cup of coffee. I think I'm actually going to go for the new version. And maybe one final log? I don't know, it's not that cold. I don't know. I'm glad it's working out as a nice stream for a day off from doing your own projects. There will come a time when I take a day off from doing my projects too, I'll tell you. I'm not quite sure when. Alrighty. Definitely don't need to be making any more firewood in the wood stove. It's super warm outside. It's not going to be getting cold here. Okay. Spring is coming, yes. Spring is indeed coming. So where we were at, we're drawing text and we're drawing it on our screen. I don't get to have any more coffee. This is all the coffee I get to have for now, for today. Here are 4 sets of drawing stuff. Drawing a highlight edge is not actually working. It's possible get lightness is simply not from 0 to 1. If I multiply lightness rather than just trying to average it in this way, something will happen. And our shadow is probably looking fine. So our basic color, 1 minus square root, 1 minus text shade, is working out more or less okay. Our shadow color is working out okay too. It's going to go right down to 0. That's fine. But our highlight color is not working anymore. Here's where we're at. That is not a bright highlight color. We don't have a white corner edge in there. It's looking much darker. If we go to stark raving white, well, our shading is looking basically okay. If we use a color, it quickly becomes a darker shade, but that still looks basically okay. If we use a dark color, it goes to quite dark, but we are not getting our highlight color. And if we go to black, we're going to go to dark raving black. If we told our highlight color to be literally white, well, also, those should presumably be floats. Let's find out. Lightness of 1. Does this give us white, or does get hue and get saturation force it to not be white? Because this is us trying to make the highlight color correct. Again, if we use white, it will show up, but it'll be obnoxious. It's also possible we need to override stuff like saturation, like take saturation down and lightness will become brighter. I'm really not sure. I'm not sure what because we're not doing this from RGB, we're doing this from hue, saturation, lightness. This has a great deal of significance as far as how we're generating these colors from a basic color, which is the background window color. This is not giving us a bright highlight. Although what I'm wondering is if I'm seeing vivider color on the edge there, like if it is going to a full intensity blue on the corner and refusing to. So if get lightness, highlight edge, one doesn't do it, what if get saturation can be less? Hang on. Hue same, saturation is much less, lightness is 100% lightness. Does this now give us a highlight color that is like white or bright? Is it the saturation that's dragging the intensity of it down? Because it could be. That could be hue, saturation, lightness. It might be that if you have a hue and you force the saturation to be high, it forces the lightness not to be high. This should be drawing correctly. I see no reason it wouldn't be. I'm pretty sure I can override it to white and it will draw a bright edge. Let's see what we got. Some of this other stuff will be a lot easier than this. Anywhere that I can just draw a line or an ellipse or anything like that and use the shaded colors and transparent colors, it'll be fine. I still don't see a lighter edge. I almost kind of see it against the background here. Like see where on resonance, where it's overshadowing this other stuff, it almost seems like I can see a highlight in there. Which means, okay, interesting. If we go to a full intensity red, I'm looking at where it says resonance, the E on resonance. That's definitely drawing something, but all it's doing is drawing a full intensity red where the highlight's supposed to be. That's also going to cause grays to be a full intensity gray where the highlight's supposed to be. We're looking for something to be a lot closer to white, and we're not getting it. But it's definitely drawing that. We're just struggling to make, let's double check and make sure that we can even still do the right thing. Override. Full intensity white, let's see if that still works. If it doesn't, we learn something important. But that should still work. Huh. Huh. Okay, well it works, but it is just a lot less vivid than I ever thought it was going to be. The rest of this is looking pretty good. And if we do our full intensity white, we've got a level of shadowing going on. Yeah, working on it, working on it. we don't necessarily want the full intensity white, but if we have very light shades, we're getting a darker shade of gray here, and it continues to update itself. I think the deal is that my white is not an aggressive, like here, resonance, it is showing up for some reason more intensely on the resonance than on the gain. As we squish it, we start getting a more aggressive effect out of there. And I don't really quite know why that would be, other than these are narrower letters and it's somehow adjusting it in such a way. Whereas you force the letters to be smaller, it kind of adapts. Whereas, oh, interesting, look at this. All of a sudden now I can see it. Ah, but no, it's not forced 1 pixel thickness. It is a factor of the thickness. It is a very delicate effect that is a factor of bevel and line width. So as it gets smaller, it becomes less than 1 pixel thickness. Rather than being a bright glittery thing at this tiny size, it's gone a little bit more grayed out as it struggles to draw. And then as we get bigger, it is not nearly as much of a strike. And in fact, it's kind of vanishing away a little more than I expected. But no, it's not forced 1 pixel thickness. It's a factor of the scaling factor. And it's all looking a lot better when we're scaling it in this direction and allowing a lot of horizontal space. And that's interesting. But then if we don't allow it a lot of horizontal space, it starts getting a little weird. Like, see? Now, we can have it looking as intended, but as soon as the fitted text thing starts to try to scrunch it, goes away. But then you scrunch it more and it comes back, and the other parts go away. Interesting. Which implies that these fitted text things are acting a little more weirdly than I would like. Although I will say, it also adapts to colors, and that's as it should be. So the idea here is to do this kind of thing, but make it less gratuitous, less aggressive. That's a really aggressive highlight. I mean, it looks kind of cool, but it's so bold. It's very exaggerated. Kind of cool, but the amount of detail jumping out of that is very distracting. And then we have our knobs, and the knobs kind of overlay this stuff because it's not ever actually meant to be let me continue fooling with multiple things like this. For instance, we could just take it down a little tiny bit in size. This is me thinking about whether it's time to start placing a special text area There we go. And the reduce is for the edges. And some of this stuff, we have so much else going on that we can do endless numbers of little things here. Okay, now we see what we've got when we simply tell the text stuff to be text bounds. My stomach is starting to rumble. I'm going to have earned my tacos today, by God. Big time. So, text bounds, text bounds, text bounds, text bounds, and text bounds. That's everywhere this stuff gets written. Now let's see what we got. In theory, this will have made all of the knobs be this much smaller, and you know, I can also adjust based on how big the text is likely to be, because I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen. That said, all this has surprised me over and over, so I'm not really sure what is going to happen. But I think it will have done it. Oh. Nope. I guess we got nothing interesting. That, I did not predict that. Oh boy, did I not predict that. That is no bueno. Damn. So let's assume that's what broke everything. Now what do we got? So we did bounds equal. And I guess it wasn't supposed to be... Oh, I know, right? Yeah, that's just how I felt about it. I'm looking away for a second and boom. Now, if I'm reading this correctly, what's going to happen is we now will have a knob, but we won't have any text. Because the text thingy doesn't work that way. No, it is actually on the top. Huh. What happens when we start moving it around? Okay. Text bounds is like a big old 0. And it's also only able to draw the highlight. Interesting. So if I am not mistaken, bounds are moved from bottom does that in place. That would mean that this will work and this will work. Similarly to how reduce does a thing too. So text bounds. Okay. So if I understand how these things work, this has to be done in place. It like returns a void, but it modifies what is passed into it. So you run this, and then what was here has been changed. And if you assign it to something, you get 0. Much like reduce apparently is working the same way. I don't know why they would be doing that, but that's apparently what they're doing. Let's see what we got. We also may want to work out what the text size is likely to be and then calibrate this based on how big the text is going to be, because that's not scaling on a 1:9 ratio at all. That's scaling very differently, so the proportions that we want here are going to be wildly different. So this should no longer be boom gone. This should now be, and it's super duper not interesting. There's that thing. So we've got our bounds just as we did before, but look at that. Remove from top and remove from bottom are doing nothing. They're acting like they're exactly the same value, even though they're not. Instead, let's do them individually. This doesn't work. That or remove from top and remove from bottom. We're just removing a pixel from each. That's not... Oh, well, hang on. Hang on. Hang on just a second. Height. Maybe we're just not doing enough. If we remove from top and remove from bottom this much, now maybe we're going to see some action. Now we have two separate bounces, but rather than removing like a 1 or a less than a 1, removing a proportion of the total size. Okay. That has in fact worked, but we are not positioning very well anymore. Ooh, also, our bounds needs to be scaled by a fact, like we're correctly positioning this, but we got to move these guys down to be correctly positioned under the relevant dial. And that's going to be a whole other factor. But we will have a value available. It's going to be a factor of radius, and it's going to be based off of the center. So bounds is going to get translated, or text bounds is going to get translated by an amount. So this much is fine. We've also instantiated text bounds up front, so we can start doing this later. And now we can start dealing with this. Now we've got the correct height, most likely, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm basically trying to work out how to manage this remove from bottom factor appropriately for different sizes. Oh, we might be fine. That said, I'm not sure we're fine. So height, radius. Radius is a fact. So let's see now. Not remove set height. Set top. Okay. Ooh. What's going on there? Just that we haven't put a semicolon in, that's all. And this is still a problem. So we're going to want bounds get center Y plus radius. Times scale height, because scale height is okay, let's see how this goes. And then it's going to be a factor we're starting it on center Y, and then let's see how far this got. Because we've got radius, it's translated to this. Let's see how far this got. It didn't. Although we do have text. That's basically cool. It's getting kind of squished. I'm fairly happy with the shadings of it for what that's worth. We can even see it if we make it pitch black, kinda. But we cannot move it. So text bounds set top is not working. But this is still the right values. So it didn't use this. I wonder if I can do translate. We can but try. Let's see what we get. Because set top did not work. Can it actually move by this much? Let's see what it did. We should have our information, and this it's meant to work with tilting it and still getting appropriate results, which obviously means I should set up some of these for being tilted. Let's run into here. Max tilt. So what does translate give me? Is it moving stuff in place? Or does it need to be assigned to something? It's not moving a damn thing. All of these are supposed to be moving stuff to the bottom edge that we show here. Also, we appear to be scaling at very different sizes. We've got some of these words much bigger than the other words. And some of the words should be scaled according to tilt. Let's see what happens if I include that. Should be working. They should be working. So set font. Let's see what we get when we do this, because at least we can try something even if the other stuff isn't working. Can we make tilt do something, assuming we'll eventually be able to make the other stuff do something? It might be similar to the color stuff where we will just have to instantiate something new based on data that we've already got. Okay. We've got a scale and factor that's wildly off. Look at that. That's super duper wrong. We can't even draw it on the straight one or the one that's tilted this way, but we can draw it on the one that's tilted this way. So that might simply mean starting larger. that's going to be a nope, Captain. That doesn't even want to scale with size, does it? Goodness no. However, back to can we maybe do this? Oh, we need one more. Here we go. Now what does it do? We're either going to have text sizes back or we're not going to have them back. Okay. Now, squishing stuff into nothingness is, of course, challenging. And we still need to place these things down rather than up. But this one's flat, so this is supposed to be down here. This one, the bottom is closer to us, so it should be larger, and that seems about correct. And this one, the bottom is farther away from us, and so it's correct for it to be farther away. The scaling factors are not great, but they are okay. We might even get extra fancy and do one of our classic tricks. Of scaling things by the golden ratio, because of course, when have we not done that? To see what that appears to be. Because maybe that's going to get about the right proportions. If we can do that, then we can worry about repositioning it. And you know what? I think that's going to be about correct. It's just the positioning part that's going to cause a problem. Because again, these are all positioned at 0, and they need to be positioned down here or down here when it's a little more squished, and they're not. But on the whole, the general sizing of things seems to be basically okay. I don't know whether maybe the reduce isn't right. But so far so good. Having it work with tilt would be good. So what if we remove from bottom? Oh no, wait, hang on. No, we need to go with text bounds. Is what? This is simply not working. It's simply not working. Oh, hang on. Come on, you. So this is not dissimilar to what we did with the colors. Just did a separate color all over again based on this, like text shade is text shade from HSL and started with where we started, and then we scaled it and did stuff. And that, in theory, could have done something. So now the question becomes, because this didn't work, what can we do here? If text bounds translate bounds gets, well, get center Y isn't necessarily relevant, but get Y is. And then if we, oh no, wait, no, get center Y is relevant, isn't it? Let's try this. And let's do that all by itself. My only concern is, can I make that line go down? I'm assuming that increasing Y is going to make it go down. Unless it's 0 is at the bottom, which doesn't make any sense, and I don't think that would be true. We haven't done anything with height yet. Let's see whether this draws the texts lower or whether they're still across the top of the edge, because I cannot do a damn thing to make it stop drawing on the top of the edge. Okay. If we try hard enough, it's drawing down low. It's just not doing it very well. It's as if radius doesn't exist. Sizes are okay. Not great, but okay. Should be less of an effect than that. And colors still should be fine. That white is still a little bit aggressive, but I'll live with it for now. I don't like that it is setting the font in the way that it is. It should be able to make it smaller for the well, here's a thought. Oh. Are confused. Let's see how confused. What have we done? Okay. Okay. Let's see how that does then. That shouldn't make much of a difference at all, honestly. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And we have not yet dealt with this appropriately. Plus radius times scale height. Why isn't radius working? Why isn't scale height working? We're using it here. Why shouldn't it work here? That said, we are successfully making bounds start at the center now. So there's that. That's cool, I guess. We could try to force it to so if we tell it to do this, then it's going to be kind of high. What are you doing? Oh, wait. I see what you're doing. This is probably not going to help at all, but it's worth a try. And we're not making any adjustments for radius at all. And that seems wrong. We're supposed to be able to fit this stuff in more tightly if there's space to fit it in more tightly. And it ain't budging a thing. And doing that, our default angle is, tilt is not multiplied by itself. It shouldn't be doing this. It should be able to apply two different directions. It should be able to go bigger and it should be able to go smaller. It is not doing that thing, and that is frustrating the hell out of me. What the actual... Why are you doing this? Okay. Are they all starting at 0? Does this have no relation to the position on the screen? This is like crazy go nuts time. It's making no sense at all. I don't think that's going to help. I don't think that's going to help at all. You know what? I'm going to leave that alone for now. There's going to be nothing at all. And let's just see what we've got now, because I forget even what I'm doing. Yeah, sadly with this one, I'm just having to grapple with it and see what it does, which I feel in some ways is more correct, because they might intend any number of things, but if there are bugs or issues or inconsistencies in the actual frameworks that we're working with, then we're stuck with whatever it is. And here we have something where it's definitely positioned to make enough space for, I mean, even the size of this is kind of okay, although I feel like it could be larger. Quick change, just because that's like the one thing that I feel I can control. I should have been able to make the text bigger. If I didn't, something's terribly wrong. Nope, I totally did. Also, this is not wrong that this is actually the same size as this. Although I do seem to be able to squish it to be smaller than that, but this part is not as good because I'm squishing it vertically in a way that shouldn't happen. The text on here should be as small as the text on here, not larger. The text being on here being larger is correct. And the whole positioning is definitely all screwed up. So there might be one thing I can do about that. Because that text-bound stuff, that has to do with the amount of space I'm making available, which currently is all the space. And that's what we don't want to do. So let's squish it. Let's make text bounds get height be tiny. Or bounds removed from bottom, that's making that be smaller, so let's make both of them be 0.2 and see what we get. We're having an absolutely terrible time repositioning text bounds in any way. We cannot move it from top, although we can apparently place it in the middle, but we can also not place it. Maybe we simply have to define it the way these other ones are being defined, because we're not defining it as rectangle int, and maybe we should. Okay, I still don't like the fact that this is even smaller than the other two. The reason it would be doing that is because it thinks there's not as much space down here. So what one could do, we're adding tilt. What happens if we do this? It might make literally the wrong things happen, but I want to see what it does. We're in full voodoo mojo land. Can we make it be smaller? Everything we do is making the center one be smaller. It's still making the center one be smaller. It's like we cannot subtract from this size. That is no bueno. We're supposed to be able, oh, that's kind of working a little bit, but at a terrible cost. And when we do that, this is still much larger. We cannot make this be smaller no matter what we do. Set font int bevel w times 3 minus or 3 plus tilt. No matter what we do, it doesn't change this. We can do 3 plus tilt or minus tilt, and it, well, we actually haven't tried. Let's try this. Because if increasing this number makes it be bigger, we should be able to make it be smaller somehow. Surely there's a way. Even if this is not what we want to have happen, I want to be able to make it so that these numbers are now smaller. we've got the opposite direction happening. But even though the opposite offset is happening, it's not actually changing this bit. This is still the smallest of the three. We can make this one be bigger, or we can make this one be bigger, but we can't make either of them be smaller. This one is continuing to be small. This is probably a bounds issue. Why would it be a bounds issue? And yet, it's acting like it must surely be a bounds issue. Also, we're still not drawing it in the right damn place. Let's take one of the squares and make that be the bounds. Try that. Did we change it in some way? We should have changed it. I keep wanting to make more wood in the fire, but it's really warm outside, so I know I shouldn't. And I can't have more coffee. That would be bad. Oh, and I forgot to build. Let's see if we changed it. We're just trying things at random now. What do we got? Boop. That is not positioning them the way I thought it would. That's a super weird result. So this is relative to the width available. If it's taking up all the width, it's still centered. If it's not taking up all the width, then it is basically offset by the width of this, not the width of the bounding box. And vertical positioning is doing kind of similarly, but it is the vertical positioning based on the height of this rather than the bounding box. So maybe we don't want to go by, well, hang on. Bounds get center X, A. What if we're working from just itself? Then what happens? Also, again with this, it's supposed to be going the other direction. Let's see what happens. That's not even useful at all. I can tell that's not even what I want. He says as he tries it, because sometimes when I say that, it turns out to be like, oh, suddenly it works perfectly for no particular reason. I would bet money that that's not going to happen. Nope. That's going to be a big nope. we still need to reverse these positions. Hoo boy. Well, ain't we got fun? This is wildly wrong. I do, however, think I can reverse the polarity of this neutron flow. Boop. And boop. And for what it's worth, how about let's just not have this be as extreme. Or maybe I've just made it more extreme. Hang on. Have we done this super duper totally wrong? It's getting to be one of those days where everything is going out of control, and we'll see what happens. This is the time of day when everybody flees, and rightly so. I'd flee if I could. Yeah, that's super duper wrong. It shouldn't be doing this nearly as much. Yeah, I'm doing things super duper totally wrong myself. I would like it not to be as extreme as this, and so I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to simply scale this back a bit. There, we're no longer doing it this much. We're going to do it a little less than that. I really want to figure out how am I supposed to make this bounding box go lower? There's the vertical justification you can do. Like, I wouldn't imagine so, but what other options have I got? Maybe this is going to do a thing. I mean, this is apparently, that's what I'm trying to make happen. I'm trying to draw the thing centered bottom. If I do that, does it start placing it in some kind of useful way? Because what I'm doing is I'm trying to move the top of the bounding box to be on the bottom. So maybe what I need to do is just keep the bounding box and fool with this. Horizontal positioning is definitely not correct. Vertical positioning is struggling a whole bunch. So hang on. So that stuff's no bueno. Although I do believe I was actually positioning it. Hey, John Smith. Yeah, Hulk smash. Fair. So now we're not even doing a damn thing. Now all we're doing is using the original bounding box. And it's supposed to be center and in the bottom. And the question becomes, is it positioning this text in any kind of useful way? Because Gabriel's observation of overcomplicating it might really be the winning observation. It might be a much better idea to try to simplify everything as much as possible. Kind of like this sort of thing, right? can we get this to draw these closer to where these are? Because we're now drawing the bounding boxes correctly. And in fact, that would be good. And that needs to be quite a bit farther up, but it would be kind of good. It's just that we're keeping in the confining bounding box. So we could also try to make text bounds be square. We're establishing square here. It's just that square is, well, I mean, we can see about making it be square and then expanding it. Let's see what we get. Because square is actually the circle. Squaring the circle. Hey, Carla. So now it's square. If I am not mistaken, it's going to be drawing the, we're not going to be super far off, but what we are going to be doing is drawing the text over the bottom edge of the knob, where it's supposed to be drawn below the knob. But we might be able to do that by expanding what square is, or doing something to that effect. So let's see how far off we are now. This is, according to Gabriel's advice, making it a little more simple. Oh. Okay, this is very much problematic. We've got square, but it's not being positioned helpfully at all. Something is super screwed up here. We're not able to draw like our... So how are we supposed to get that to work? Because we're trying to draw it. If we do it just perfectly, we can make it line up at the bottom edge of that. Fine. That's only if it is perfectly round. These are both being drawn as if this started up here. That's not correct. That's not correct at all. And same for this. It's being drawn on a bounding box, but the bounding box is not starting where this is being drawn. But this is being drawn like square, draw ellipse, inset, all of this kind of stuff. This is literally using, we got our remove from top and reduce and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we're just having so much trouble getting it to do the thing. Maybe there is a add to bottom function in here somewhere. Or if we use square, it's making it be wrong. If we use bounds, it's not. If we use bounds remove from bottom, radius is a float. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. Now what have we got? In theory, it is possible that that did something useful. We're more or less just trying to get the right general kinds of things happening to a point where it can be adjusted. And that ain't it. But we're supposed to get it looking kind of like, oh God, what on earth? Oh, we've adjusted the thing in place. That's terrible. Oh no. Oh no. Do not do that. Heavens no. See what happened? We did bounds, but this was applying to bounds, which is not supposed to be changed in that way. It changed it and it screwed everything up. So now we're just going to assign it to something else, and then this is the one that's going to get manipulated. Now let's see what happens. John Smith with the lots of things happening. You are so right. This is like wrestling 1,000 snakes. But that's, I mean, it's the job. Now what do we got? Oh no! Oh no! What have you done? Why do you go so far up in the air like this? What happens when we are so subject to, like, what the actual hell? So, when you remove radius, radius is not actually a factor of how big it is. Radius is being scaled by the overall dimensions of this in some horrifying way. So we're not actually able to do the width of this thing instead. The way it's getting squished is terribly distorted and wrong. So there's going to be a factor of how much this gets applied. So it's going to be something to do with width or height or something to that effect. And we need to find the thing that makes it not do this. It needs to not do this terrifying thing. Well blindfolded, yeah. That said, it did something. Well, we've got square relating to radius times scale height, not just radius. If we do that, because we have that available, now what do we got? Because scale height apparently is a relevant thing. It's being used in the placement of these things, and so we should actually, well, let's see what we got. If I can get it to act in roughly the right way somehow, I can probably adjust the positioning of it. It's not even responding to the right things yet. And I know logically I should be able to just solve this and know the right thing to do and do it, but I don't know if anybody else has actually tried to do this thing. So anybody thinking this is meant to be very direct and obvious and easy, well, they apparently haven't tried to do this particular thing. Okay, not great, but... Huh. The one on the end is going the opposite direction that it's supposed to go, but these other ones are... No, they're not doing the right thing either. Well, if it's going the opposite direction that it's supposed to go, what would happen if I invert something? Now what do we got? Because it was going the opposite direction that it was meant to. And it shouldn't have been moving at all the direction I was moving it. That's the weird part. Maybe I'm using the wrong parameter. Huh. You know what? These look as if they are doing their motions relative to the center point. So they're in about the right relative positions, but it's as if the position they start with is here when it should be here, and then as we keep scaling it, it's moving about the amount that it's supposed to move if it was to adjust for the positioning. So, what does that actually mean? Remove from bottom is adding to the bottom because it's negative radius, and that's giving me the correct result. We are starting with bounds. Let's make a quick swap here just to see what happens. I'm assuming I'm still going to be wanting bounds, but I just made it do a thing. And I want to see what happens when I do this thing. Because what I just saw was it was exactly right, but offset. It was weirdly offset. And before I wasn't able to make it come off the top. Now I need to make it go up to the top. So we may just be talking about making it nope. But or maybe different sequence. Bounds get center Y. X is across, Y is vertical. Huh. So if I was to do this, the previous thing that I did was able to make it position itself okay. This might, let's see what it does. Okay, interesting, interesting. See this? See that? How do these things move? Hi. I still have a concern that it's drawing the base size. Maybe it feels like it's smaller than this, although that's not necessarily that wrong. We now have text that is being drawn at the bottom edge of this, where it's supposed to be drawn beneath. This is now sticking to about the right size and using an appropriately sized mostly. Like, this still looks larger than this, and I don't like that one bit. That said, I can probably scale it. But it's positioning stuff. Yeah, see, I don't like that one bit. That is just making the normal size one tiny, and then this one is larger, and then that one is larger. So maybe there's something I could do about that, but that'll be a real hack. But now it's positioning it right. So there we go. So see you later, Gabriel. So bounds get center Y times 0.8f. If removing that much of it proved to be enough, we're now going to remove less than that much of it. And I'm real frustrated with this, so I'm going to just scale back the tilt even more. Maybe if that's too much of a scale back, I can use the inverse value for the golden ratio being 0.382. We'll find out. We'll find out momentarily. It'd be amusing if that turns out to be another correct answer. But I thought it was going to do more than that. That did less than I expected. All that's doing is placing it on the bottom edge. It needs to be drawn underneath. And it's definitely, well, hang on though. These are much wider. I suppose it's okay for it to be larger when they're giant compared to this. This would have to be a lot relatively wider. We're sort of forcing it. If they're all the same width, then they do seem to have appropriate sizes. So it's just a matter of not letting these ones scale up as much as this one. And that's doable. That's doable. So we got a little overlap here. You draw it small and it's overlaying. We bring it farther, and most of the time it is still not drawing correctly, which is weird. That is weird. So remove from top, bounds get center Y. Well, if we remove half of that, then what do we get? It keeps looking like it's in the right general zone, which is way better than it was. Let's see what we've got. Could it be that this is the correct answer, or that it's close? It actually looks a little sketchy. I should try these as less steeply angled, but although it looks a little sketchy, at least they're getting positioned correctly now. So let's see if we can make this take up a little more space. It's got this section in the bottom. It's positioning stuff more or less okay, but when we vertically space it out like that, it should be a little closer to that edge. So let's remove from bottom 0.1 instead of 0.2. And then our reduce is still the same, but that's just... Let's see, so remove from bottom, so we're adding scale height, get center wide, spacing out okay. This is starting to fall together to the point where I think I can ditch these attempts. None of those worked, but this bit is arguably looking like it works. Maybe I can move it to where the text stuff lives. Here's where the text stuff lives. There we are. Set font, and then we draw a bunch of stuff. Let's draw a darker shadow. Substantially darker, but not utterly and totally darker. Oh, and we're also using stark white. We have not actually done the thing of trying to get a more appropriate highlight. That said, this might be an okay time to try, now that I've got things. Well, let's find out whether I've got things. Getting closer and closer to tacos time, I tell you. I'm going to be pleased to put this down for the day, but the heavy lifting has resulted. Oh no. Well, that don't work. It's not drawing it correctly. So what are we supposed to do about this? As I resize it, it's moving too far. Did I have it so it wasn't moving far enough before? Have we updated radius and scale height? Surely not. Move from top. Bounds. Okay, so that was not going far enough. If we remove from top lots more, go from 0.5 to 0.75, does it then instead of going too far, go not far enough? No. So this radius measurement is what should be tweaked, not the other measurement. In fact, maybe this is supposed to be just 1, and the other one is what needs to be tweaked. So let's firstly find out okay, so remove from bottom negative radius. So that's add to bottom. So if we add even more, we can space it off of the, we're scaling this bit up rather than the size of the enclosure. And the remove from top becomes exactly half. And let's see what we got. Because I'm pretty sure if I didn't do that multiplied by 1.25, it would be overlapping the drawing. Let's see what we got out of it. We are overlapping the drawing as we squish into nothingness. It's kind of doing a thing. Tilt is affecting it. Smaller is more overlap. Bigger, it starts to overlap less. It's fairly closely tied, though. My. Okay. Also, this should be adapting to tilt, but I'll have to test that later. However, one thing I will do is fiddle with my font size by continuing to fuss with that. For laughs, let's see what we get with another golden ratio factor. Does this make it spaced up too much relative to scale height? Some things are clearly too much. Yep. It is traveling too far off the screen. As the size gets too big, so we need to kind of readjust it based on some factor or other. Could there be like a square root in here somewhere that's relating to how this is working? Because the remove from bottom, this is definitely going to be a thing. Are any of these hovering around 1? Because square root of 1 is 1. What has it made happen now that we've done this? Because we're kind of trying to strike a balance with some of these things. Okay, that is... Huh. Well, no, that is correct. For the most part. But then it starts wandering as we do this. And this is doing its thing because we're not actually changing the width. When we change the width, it starts wandering. More width becomes too much. Under certain circumstances. Alrighty then, well, then what if we... Is that even a variable that I have? No, it is not. Oh, and scale height is a factor of tilt. Well then. So that's not actually relevant at all, is it? It's kind of relevant, but then it's kind of not. All that's doing is, yeah, we don't want to deal with that at all. All that's doing is scaling everything based on, well, right then, square root of radius. Let's see where this goes. We're just trying to get this to move correctly. We're just trying to find the algorithm that will cause it to be tied to the right place. Now, the positioning of this seems not too shabby. Some of that stuff is looking okay. It's in the right relative position for each of these guys. It's just not scaled correctly. So what we need to do is handle remove from top differently. For instance, let's take less. Oh. Now what do we got? And again, I mean, all this mysterious hacking is messy and silly, but there is no actual, I can't look up what the correct answer is for how do we place this relative to these various things. Like, again, see? I can make it so that it is placing this kind of in the right place. But these guys are not really quite behaving. And as I make them become smaller, we're starting to lose, it's like the factor of how small they are. It should be able to place this stuff when I squish it this hard so that the text line is like right under the knob, even though it's ridiculous. Even though I'm causing it to become a ridiculous thing. Same for this. I should be able to have this be placing these under the knob. Because that way, if I draw all of these controls and arrange them appropriately rather than just in a row, and then we can resize the window in all kinds of insane ways, and it'll always kind of make sense, and it'll do its level best to draw each of the knobs where it's supposed to be. But we don't currently have that. Not by a long shot. So I guess the current thing is, let's figure out, because it's sitting at about the right, like some of this is now consistent. If we give it all the space that it could want, and only vertical moves, it's producing a consistent place. That said, if I start squishing it to the side, we start losing the end result. So let's see if we can give it all the space horizontally and then get it to place these correctly. And that would be by well, if I remove from top a larger amount, what does that then do to that factor? If I take the bounds and remove from top a larger amount, and then go as wide as I can, alrighty. So that's actually not desirable. It wants me to remove from top more than this. It moved up because I removed from top less. Or, no, I made it be larger. So therefore, if I remove from top not as much as that, tiny amount instead, 0.1, I started with 0.5. 0.9 just didn't do the job at all. If I switch it as far as I can go, it's pretty close to what it should be. Arguably, I should make it be even a little larger than that, although it's struggling. In particular, the one on the side is lining up almost perfectly. The trouble is then when I squish it, that goes wrong, but that's going to be another story. So, positioned vertically, we got to step it up a bit. So if we don't do remove from top at all, or little in the excess. Wild experiment time. This shouldn't work, but we're going to find out. We're doing all manner of crazy stuff here. Never did get around to trying to do a new color picker. Or the meter highlighting. Okay, full width. This is not great. Scale height, proportion of tilt. Well, if we weren't making this become significantly larger, maybe then we're going to be closer to, oh, photos. I'm not sure if I would go so far as to say that. I feel I'm miles away from getting it working, but the determination is there. And I am somewhat consoled by the fact that this is not something anybody has, so there is no answer to this. If I can make it work great, that would be very cool. And if I can't, well, nobody else has either, so I'm in good company. Let's see. Back over to here. See, in this circumstance, some of these things are positioned fairly okay. Like when I've got it spaced out here, that needs to be drawn just a little bit farther. That needs to be drawn just a little bit farther. That needs to be drawn just a little bit farther. Our positioning is okay. As I stretch it, the positioning that we have here, where it needs to be offset further, it's just drawing it, but it's drawing it fairly accurately relative to the bottom edge of, it's like the bottom edge of the text is pretty much the bottom edge of the control. It's supposed to be drawn under it. It's not, but it is at least. So hang on. Hang the heck on. We're making so many things. Total bounds is literally the source. Oh. And there we are. So now we can adjust this, but we're not actually moving this. Come to think of it, what are we doing? We don't have to do that. We can instantiate this right at the start. And then we don't have to define that there. And we can only draw the text after we, no, that's, well, hang on. Hang on. No, we're probably still good. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. All right, didn't exactly expect that. I have concerns. Some of the rest of this stuff is still working. So as we start doing this stuff over here, what kinds of crazy things start happening? So again, we are trying to make this text float around relative to a knob that can be all different sizes and shapes. And we've clearly got something there, except for that is moving up too far and moving down too far. Although our lateral positioning is okay, and in fact our text size is okay. But we need to be able to draw the text up here next to the knob. And that is what is not currently working. In fact, it is so much not currently working. Oh, well, hang on. It is rather relative, isn't it? Because if it's wildly out of sync this way, then it's way too tall, although it is still slightly offset. Whereas if it is wildly out of sync this way, it's going right off the top of the screen. This is far too much. And the more wide it gets, the more extreme the effect is. So we don't necessarily want it to be able to apply this much as the width increases. So where do we calculate in the width and have it not play a role here? Because the rest of it's fine. If it was able to still be the same, like... What if we do remove from bottom divided by rather than times scale height? Is that the issue we're having? One way to find out, I suppose. That, or maybe we need to do the remove from top relative to something. The terrifying thing is this is literally just one control, although it's a really fundamental important control, but all of the controls that I do would need to have this kind of handling. What do we got? Okay. That's kind of still the same behavior. And what's happening is that this is positioned wrongly. These are supposed to be higher up than this, so that was not actually the correct thing. We do in fact want time scale height for that. What if this was supposed to be a factor of radius? That's a wild guess. But wild guess though it might be, we'll see. I remember it was originally 0.5, so we'll find out what happened. Okay, we cannot see the text anymore at all. Oh, it did the opposite thing. Well, there's your problem. So that's clearly no good. As soon as radius is particularly large, it goes completely insane and is gone. So the next thing we find out is whether we can divide by radius. Because radius is a factor of both width and height. Does this make it go in the right direction, I wonder? Yeah, it would be nice to be able to look this up. I will not lie. I'm not aware of anybody who... Oh, hi. What you doing? Okay, now you're positioned okay as we make this become wider. That's actually exactly the right behavior. Only problem is I don't think we're doing it in both of the axes. As we zoom in, we start losing it. And then as we scale up this way, we lose it. So that's no bueno. Although I do like how it's doing this now. That part seems okay, to some extent anyhow. We're just having a little bit of a problem as we do this. If I can make it work at this extreme... Oh, well, hang on a second. So that's basically okay. It's not great, but it's okay. But as we start squishing this way, it's not doing it, but it was kind of doing it before. Well, was it though? Or am I just using up all the space? And I know I swapped this for get center X. And that was a wild experiment, the get center X. As such, maybe putting it back. If that doesn't help, I'm going to go right back to the get center X again. Okay, we are not scooching up any farther when it's this squished this way. That is not right. However, we're still able to adapt appropriately when it's like this. Not perfectly. This one's gone too far. But better than nothing. Then as soon as we start squishing, we're not able to adjust the positioning. So what does that mean? We've got radius. We've got bounds get center x and get center y. Radius is a factor of bounds get width. So if radius is larger than bounds get height, which if the width is extremely strong, then it will be, well then it gets scaled back to bounds get height. If the height is way larger than width, then radius remains small. What happens if instead of get center y, or get center x, we're using bounds get width. So if it started out as gets width, but then height is too much, that implies that maybe we can try having it be a factor of height. Isn't that going to make it? Well, let's find out. It's going to do something, we just don't know what. Might be into just nothing. Nope. That is not scaling usefully at all. We can make it be really tiny this way, but we're not losing anything off of the height. So remove from top, get center y, divided by well, I can try get width. I feel like that can't possibly work, but it's something. Get center x would be small, so get center y is going to be much larger. Well, let's see what it does. I keep on trying new things in attempts to make it do the right adaptation, because it's got to be a factor of something and something else, because we've got to include this tilt factor. We keep not having that, and in this case it's not scaling with this correctly at all. So as this goes from y and width are really large to height is way larger than width, we are able to still have these controls functioning. We're able to have these controls functioning and draw them appropriately. But we're having a hell of a time making this not be stuck on the bottom edge of the control. And that's a real frustrating. So should I just be maybe the center Y has nothing to do with anything. If we remove from top half the height, and then adapt it to tilt somehow, maybe we're going to get something. Or indeed absolute value of tilt. Let's literally grab this from in here, because it's doing the appropriate thing. And get height times or we can just do the absolute value the old-fashioned way by multiplying it by itself, which will cause it to become positive. What have we got having done this thing? We're adjusting the height, removing from top. That we could also remove from bottom again. That might do something. What have we got as a result of doing this thing? Now we're just using the factor of height directly. And we're scaling it by a factor of tilt directly. What behavior does this produce, if any? Well, this one's still too far down. That's not great. These ones are not positioned very well either, but now when we start making it be squished, it is not doing the thing. Huh. So why would it not be touching this one? This is the one with no tilt. It never seems to be budged off of the bottom edge. Why? Why? If we don't have any of this at all, what does it do? I might adjust all of them. I might take away all of them and see what happens when we have no adjustment to this text box at all. And we'll see what happens. So without making that adjustment, it's still stuck tightly to the bottom edge of the box at all times, in fact. It's not scaling by tilt at all. The sizes are scaling okay. I don't get why this is being drawn down here. Why is it being drawn down there? That stuff is okay. Remove from bottom negative square root radius times scale height. Probably something like that. Scale height is just a factor of tilt. That's all it is. So that's supposed to be spacing it way the heck up. If we exaggerated it lots, so it's this only far, far more, is it even still on the screen? As a lot of this is just trying to make it so that it scooches up farther if there's room to do that. Up and yep, doing that, we can't see it at all under any circumstances. So no bueno. At which case, making it be smaller instead. And again, this text bounds removed from bottom is just making it be larger from what is already, removed from bottom. Let's go back to see what we had if we just don't do anything with it at all. Text bounds is now literally the rectangle we feed in. Nothing to it at all. Because ain't nothing working. Not yet. And I have some idea of some of the things that are supposed to be done with it. We're just not able to do it yet, but you are catching up with me at the end of the day as we try to get this. And see, now we have got the text boxes literally at the bottom of the screen at whatever size it's supposed to be. And the round one is mostly okay, although it's not honestly great. We're running into some issues as far as it not filling up its space appropriately. These ones, they're okay when the spacing is like this, but then as we start squeezing them in, they're not adapting to this. They're not moving up with the amount of tilt. Now, what does that have to do with this stuff? I should be watching for, oh, and also I don't really like that very much. That's another story. Like if we have it squished like this, the sizes seem about right. Roughly. These need to be adjusted according to tilt. So the bounding box needs to be changed. How is it to be changed? Well, one thing it's to be changed is tilt is a factor, and absolute tilt is a factor. So if we remove from bottom, radius is the size of the bounding box, but that's not necessarily what we want or need. We'll leave that there. And then text bounds get height maybe. Let's see what we've got by removing this much from bottom and going from there. Because that is making tilt become an absolute value. It's multiplied by itself, and that's probably appropriate for what it is. So let's see. And with this, tilt is supposed to be like this because it is going to be smaller in one direction and larger in the other. But the positioning of the text is going to be the same amount up, roughly, whether it's smaller or larger. Not quite, but close. So now we're just seeing whether or not we've fooled with the text bounds in an appropriate way for the height issue. Because it would also need to be scaled by how, like that. So let's see what happened. Well, we sure scaled it. The one that doesn't have any tilt applied to it seems actually okay. The ones that do have a bunch of tilt applied to them are not as okay. But as I switch them over this way, so maybe this is going to just be a factor of how much of this tilt gets applied to move it up, because it's kind of following a path. I also feel like I can fool with this remove from bottom a little more than it is. That can definitely stretch down further. So what do we got? Remove from bottom tilt times text bounds get height. So that was more than I needed. So it was doing the right thing, but it was doing too much of it. Let's knock all of that in half and see what we've got. Because we didn't need to remove nearly as much. That said, it was roughly the right thing. We just have not got the right thing. So, how we doing? So this is somewhat non-optimal, but it's trying. Our gain knob, the one that's flat is basically okay. It's squinching a little bit in small sizes, but it's basically okay. And these guys are closer to what they're supposed to be, but they're still a little bit much. They're still drawing on the control rather than just under the control. And they're supposed to be drawing under the control. So one thing that might be helpful is, let's see what we've got here. So remove from bottom, it needs to be text bounds get height. Okay, so remove from bottom. We're moving stuff up. We're moving it relative to tilt. We're also moving it relative to get height. What if we don't take it as far as that? What if we take it a small amount, similar to how this has been adjusted by a small amount? We'll tell that to be 0.15 and tell this to be 0.15 and see where we get. As we're starting to get into some kind of zone, he says, hopefully. I hope we're starting to get into some kind of zone. It's getting very close to where I have to defrost my stuff for my tacos. With luck, I will actually manage something today. Okay. The tilt ones are not leaving as much space for the text as they could. But under some circumstances, it's still looking okay. However, when we squinch it this far, it's still going a little far. And I'll tell you one reason for that is that as we have it expanded this far, it's expanding the size of the ones that have tilt a lot. And you know, we don't actually want to be scaling it based on tilt times the overall space, when the overall space, it's able to fill up all of it. It's only when I start constricting them that the vertical height gets scaled, suggesting that it's the vertical height that matters, suggesting that it is square rather than text bounds or bounds. Let's see. Let's see what we've got. That should be smaller than the original bounds. And it's tilt times square get height. So that's still getting made even smaller still. But square should be a smaller number. Okay, well that restricted it somewhat. However, it's still not responding here. When we have it squished this way, it needs to be taking it smaller, and it ain't. It ain't. That said, I'm a little happier with where that bottom one is placed. The one that's flat is actually working pretty okay. These ones that are made tiny, they're overlapping too damn much. So what do we do when it's the vertical spacing that's causing the problem and not the horizontal spacing? Because the horizontal spacing, we don't actually want it moved up. We want it to respond to the vertical spacing, not the horizontal spacing at all. So I suppose we could full with remove from top instead of remove from bottom. Let's see if this changes anything. Or it could be a factor of the combination of these two things. Well, I just made a change. Let's see what it did. I'm not sure that changes anything, whether you remove from top or remove from bottom. Let's see whether it changed anything, because I'm not sure it did. I'm not sure it did change anything. We will find out real fast by trying it. We are still spacing stuff off the bottom edge about as much as anything. And we're still not able to adapt to this situation. That seems wrong. It seems wrong that this condition is not able to offset this at all. Like, what the heck is that about? What am I supposed to do about this? I mean, it's a arbitrary question. That's a rhetorical question. Because sadly, nobody in the world knows the answer to this question, other than clever, smart programmers who know what to do in all circumstances, and that ain't me. But yeah, as we squish up here, that shouldn't be changing a damn thing. In fact, that should have just made it so that there's no offset at all, which would be correct if everything is at full width and as tall as it can be within the space that it's in, because it's the trouble of fitting it within the space that it's in that's the concern. So if I'm not wrong about that, maybe all of the lettering will be drawn along the bottom edge like that, just like that. And then depending upon how big it is, you can kind of fit it along or fiddle with the size of the fiddle with the size of this. That's creating the space for the text. Unless I don't do that at all, but I think I should. And there's the space for our text. When it's flat, it's good. When it's not flat, it's not as good. But that's partly because our text is larger. And the text is larger so does that mean I have to incorporate tilt into that calculation too? Maybe. Let's find out. Gosh, let's find out. Where do I get tilt? Okay, that's easy. I can absolutely do that up here. It can be the first thing we even look at. Second thing. Come on. Come on. There you go. Be good. Okay, that's absolutely not what I wanted, but that's fine. We'll get there. Boom. Okay, now we have tilt. First thing we've got. So, tilt times itself times 0.1. Alrighty, so if we were doing that, then what would we get? So it's a matter of scaling this effect up again, scaling this effect up and down. Remembering, of course, that tilt can be 0, making the remove from bottom also 0, and that's a concern. However, simple way of dealing with that. Firstly, let's see what it did. If I'm not mistaken, that means that the one that is flat will occupy all of the space with nothing removed. Sure enough. And then tilt constrains it a little bit. And we squish them enough, and they become so we need a fixed offset combined with this. Or do we? Looks like it isn't doing anything there. So I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about this, I'm not going to lie. Surely one or the other of these should also be getting kind of squished. Tilt is supposed to remove from bottom times. Okay, let's make this multiple calculations instead. Here's one calculation. Height times 0.1. Here's another calculation. Tilt times stuff. So remove from bottom this plus this. So that's what I had before to make a little space underneath it. And then this is also a factor of this stuff. And it's going to be 0 if it's not tilted, but if tilt is a thing, it's going to be more. How much more? Let's find out. Height times tilt times tilt. Let's see how far it can go. And this is all bounds removed from bottom. This is all making space for the text as the text is being drawn at its widest possible setting. Because I'm pretty sure the way this is set up, it's going to make space at its widest possible setting. And a text bound draws stuff under it. So the question is, can we draw the text as it's flat, and can we draw the text as tilt kicks in? Text seems correct. It could be a little bit larger, but it does seem to be correct. Then tilt is doing exactly the right thing. It's just more so. So arguably that's more than we need. Maybe twice as much as we need, or pretty close to it anyhow. So let's call that 0.125, and let's dial this back 0.5. Now let's see what we've got. Because it's starting to make space appropriately. I just haven't got it so that it will make space appropriately as the dimensions change. But I can at least set it up so that it's making space appropriately for all vertical positionings. And this is all within bounding boxes that can be just about anything. We're trying to do a crazy thing, which is not necessarily reflowing stuff, but you should be able to reposition the size of the window in unreasonably silly ways. and have it still work. So there's our 1.25. Here's our tilt. Okay, so this is still not fixed. It needs to offset this up off the bottom. But as we go about making stuff with the vertical positionings, some of this is looking better. We can have this be a slightly different setting. We can have these go a little bigger. But on the whole, this is moving in the right direction. So remove from bottom. Remove from bottom is making that knob be smaller. The 1.25 is okay. 0.5, the remove from bottom is more than it needs to be. Let's fool around with some of our happy magic numbers. There's no special reason why this would work, but we'll find out. One of the things about weird golden numbers is that they pop up all over the place when you don't expect them. So sometimes trying stuff like that, if it feels like maybe it could be a shortcut to just jump to a magic number like, oh, and this is not actually, or is it? No, I don't think it's actually correct. Nope. Hang on, though. So small cramped sizes, it's looking basically good. That's looking okay. I wouldn't mind having this scooched up a little bit further, but I'm not so worried about that. That said, it's possible to do that. It's possible to do that. Only one tilt means that it is going to be adding it relative to, let's see, sort of putting it back again. And of course making it even smaller. And let's see what we've got. Oh dear. No, that's not okay. That's not okay at all. Notice the thing is double decimal points. This, how on the other hand, that might be okay. Let's see what we got. Invalid. Oh, for heaven's sake. Where did you get that? Where'd that come from? Stop it. What I was about to say is that this other thing might need to be a negative 0.125 rather than a positive 0.125. We will see when we see how it adapts itself to the positioning of this. And again, all of this, if we can get it to actually work, that looks like it's the right zone. See how these guys are kind of close? This is close. That is a smaller text and it's nearer, and that one is slightly larger text and there's more space. So it actually is applying a little bit too much of this behavior, but Although I kind of like the way that this is a knob pointing down. And what ends up happening is it looks as if it is slightly obscuring the text which is drawn behind it. Although we're not drawing the text at an angle, because that's entirely too damn much, and we can't. But we seem to be in the zone as far as, I wonder whether I can adjust the font size. What happens if we do this? Do we just compensate for what we just did? That would sure be interesting. And once we're finished with that, we can start fooling with the text bounds issues that we're running into. Because there's a whole separate factor having to do with that, and it's a factor of the relative size of the height and width of the overall bounding box. And there's got to be a way of dealing with that. All of this is about drawing all these things on the screen in a way that adapts to whatever way we reshape it. I think that moved in the right direction, but I do think I need to continue to adjust this. The factor that I'm fiddling with it by is too much. This is how I dealt with this in another place. We're going to find out whether that's enough. Might be. If that is so, then I need to adjust the tilt and check on some of the less extreme values. Let's see what we got. Oh, and it's 4. I need to step away for a moment, which I will do in a moment. Very close to the end of my day. There, how's that look? That fits. That fits a little better. And that could scooch up a little ways, but honestly, it's pretty much okay. Well, what if we took that down a little bit? Literally 3 different adjustments in different ways. One of them is just the scope of tilt. One of them, look at all of this. Why is it griping so much about all of this all of a sudden? 4 warnings. And underlines, red underlines. Why is it drawing red underlines? No matter. Go. Compile. We're going to see whether if we make all of this space work, we can position our knobs and the logos underneath them. Again, I got to scooch it up vertically. Okay, that's maybe a little bit too scooched, but it's looking to be about the right amount of compression for each one. As we make it bigger, as we make it bigger, we start getting into this zone. This also needs fixing. But as we scooch way over here, that stuff looks fairly okay. It just could do with maybe a little bit more spacing between the letters and the slider. Especially for these guys, but that's as maybe. Let's move all of them up by a teeny bit. How about? So from 0.125 to 0.13. If that ain't enough, I'll do a 0.14. And this bounds reduce, I wonder if this is to make it not. It's so I can draw the circles appropriately. Otherwise, it might draw the edge off the circle. Let's see what we got. I said I was going to go and deal with my food. I will. 407. I will go and do that just about around about now. Let's roll it. Let's position it. Could probably do with a little bit more space, but it's already starting to look better. Yeah, I can definitely do with a little bit more space. This horizontal squishingness is what is telling me I do wonder whether like some kind of square root function or whatever would help me deal with the spacing of it appropriately, because as I make it huge, we start getting a lot of blank space, and if I make it tiny, it starts overlapping more. I gotta be back in a moment. Okay, so there's that. I got that started. So what occurred to me as I was doing this was that we could also have remove from bottom by a fixed amount as well as this other stuff that I'm calculating out, because as it becomes tiny, that's when it starts to overlap. But that means that as the scale changes, we can have a set amount plus all of these things. And it's just a matter of how much of those things. So let's see what we got. I'm curious now about what bounds reduce is for. I've got it, it's 2.0, 2.0. So delta x, delta y. Okay. Remove from bottom means it's not going to overlap there. We'll see what it does with 1 rather than 2. Because we're already removing from bottom. Now let's see what we've got. The really interesting part is going to be trying to make it squinch up when it's in a wildly inappropriate size. So let's see what we've got now in the wildly horizontal form, where you can squish it up like this, and I could probably do with adding a little bit more. Like I said, I'm adding 2. And it's stopping, like, these look fine. Then as I start getting smaller and smaller, it starts to overlap, meaning that there is a fixed amount of reduce that I should apply to stop it from squinching like this. It should become almost usable and functional at these ridiculously small sizes. You can see, actually, you know, you can't because I have to bring it down into where you can see. You can see I have a knob here, and it says cut off, and you can barely read the damn thing. I've got a knob here that you totally can't read because it's far too small. But it should fit. And then as we resize it, you can kind of see it, but it's rather obscured by the knob that's being drawn. And then as we expand it even more, we start getting an increasingly large space. And it's this space that we don't super duper need. So adjusty time, I think. F. And then let's dial this stuff back a hair. And see what happens. Because this is the apply to everything. This is the overall size of the thing, and it'll apply to the round one. This is for everything, whether it's tilted forward or backwards, they get this additional amount of additional space. And then this is relative to the amount of, this one's relative to the amount of tilt forward or back, so it's going to scale. And let's see what we've got out of that, because we just did something. Got to figure out which. And these numbers are going to adjust until in the fully horizontal layout that I've got, they do the right thing. Because then any setting that I use will give me the right end result. And if I can get it right, I will call that a relatively acceptable outcome for the day. So that looks nice. That looks nice, although there's arguably more space than I need here. And then I squish, and these become a little bit more compressed, and this one still has some space. And as they get incredibly tiny and compressed, this one looks like it's overhanging the label that's under it, which is pretty much unreadable now. And this one you can kind of still see what's happening. And yeah, it's all about making this kind of work based on how big these knobs are and where they are positioned. Because the way I've got this set up, if I have these in a vertical space, but these are more compressed horizontally, but they're the same width, they should be roughly the same text size. This is just about twice as wide, and it's being viewed from the top down. If they're laid out in a vertical array, it should look about right. I just don't have it set up in a vertical array. And then if I do have them in a vertical array, they are supposed to scale kind of like this. And this is the one that faces you. This is the one that's facing away from you. So that should be about the same size. I think it's okay if it's a tiny bit smaller. And then this one's supposed to be facing away from you, and this should look larger because it's meant to be closer. This being a compressed appearance, and again, it's possible that it's also going to be constrained by the number of letters that has to fit into the space. We're scaling it until the letters are getting squished. And as I set it up, in a real situation rather than this situation, I can position things so that they're not like literally touching each other. But it's within the bounding boxes, and the bounding boxes need to have a little space around them, which I can do manually. But we need to get these scooching up again. This part is now okay, I think. But as we start compressing them this way, it needs to be able to move up off this bottom bound. Only then will it seem right. Hey, Samuel. So that's the next order of business. This bit looks okay. Next bit, that's going to become interesting. So text bounds removed from bottom. Let's try something funny like get height divided by get width or something. So I know it's going to be something like that. It's going to be some kind of crazy thing. If I do get height divided by get height, that's going to literally be 1. Get height divided by get width, on the other hand, that might be a little more useful. Also, I got to incorporate tilt, but it'd be the same as this remove from bottom here. We're going to have tilt be a factor of, oh, well, maybe. Hang on. Trying to do the thing. It's skipping the white space. That makes no sense at all. Because we can use a very similar kind of behavior here, akin to what we did above, because same factor plays a role. Same factor plays a role. Tilt is going to become a factor, and it's going to play a role. So let's just mess with this. We've got that, and we're using that for the other thing, and it was appropriate and correct. What if it's the same formula for the other stuff? Well, we're going to find out. So pad height, get height divided by get width. So if it is a very wide and not very high, it's going to be not a big amount. If it is very high and not very wide, that's going to be something else entirely. Let's find out what we got. That should, in theory, be removing height from that situation. Let's see what we've got. The idea is to make the text scooch up when it needs to, and not when it doesn't. The not when it doesn't part is essentially effective. Maybe not perfect. However, it's not doing this part at all. Yeah, that's not changing the positioning at all. You can't even see it, but I can see it. There, now you can see it. See, they're all along the bottom line. This is supposed to be able to make that stuff scooch up, but it's not. It's not doing it. It's not doing it. So if instead I tried remove from top, which apparently I've done twice, then what happens? Or do I need to be giving it a rectangle? I do not know. I guess we'll find out. Is it even removed from top I want, or is it something else? We got a tiny bit over a half an hour. I'm not messing around with the tacos today, I'm telling you. No matter what happens here, I'm going to go and eat when I need to. There is always Thursday to resume this stuff. And there was plenty of stuff I wanted to do. So let's see. This is also not moving these controls up as it goes. We are not successfully doing this. We are not changing this bounding box. So what do we have to do to change that bounding box? Do we have to redraw it? Do I have to redraw it from up here? That would be something. If we needed to do it from the beginning, well, wait a minute though. Bounds is operating correctly. Why isn't the other one? Remove from bottom worked. It's drawing stuff farther up as it goes. Why isn't Maybe I just don't have enough of it? Let's go back to remove from bottom. And let's make it a big old number. Height times 10 divided by width. No, times 100. Let's make it completely screw up. If it can't screw up from doing this, then something else is going on. Because it should be able to use this to scrunch itself up quite aggressively. So let's see whether we can make it break. It's supposed to be able to break when we do this. If it doesn't, I have misunderstood something. How are we doing? Okay. Here's our positioning. Now, we are in fact able to make it squinch up. It's just not doing it in a very useful way. Because we shouldn't be able to make it do this. But we should be able to make it offset this stuff. And it's supposed to be able to do it by, like, what happens if we're literally dividing it by a half? Can we make it do this in order to text bounds remove from bottom and make it be exactly halfway up rather than, so pad height. The height divided by get width is not actually a useful calculation, but I'm trying to figure out whether maybe it needs to be like height minus width. Like, what does this need to do in order to make itself work? We've got some of our stuff working okay, but some of it not so much. Well, if we have to scale it up so much, how about we don't use this bit? It doesn't need to be times that. How about times 10? What happens if we do this? surely there's bound to be a place where it stops actually doing its thing. Let's see if we can find a zone, because it's starting to do the right things, just not in the right way. I'm also sad to say that I'm a little bit chilly because we probably could have done with the wood stove a little bit longer, but that's fine because it was actually quite warm out today, so it's not really going to become chilly. What do we got? This is X10. At X10, we are still able to make it be too ridiculous, but see how it's going too far? It's going swoop, and that's not what we want. As it gets smaller and smaller, it ceases to be the correct answer. So this is kind of wibbly and wobbly and weird. These aren't supposed to be floating around the way they are. When we give it enough space, it's fine. So what distinguishes this from the other? Apart from that, we appear to be cutting off a little more than we need to now. If these are squinched up like this, the width is not being scaled back. As soon as the width starts being scaled back, here's how that works. And as we get much taller, we can force it to greatly over-exaggerate this behavior. But we are making these things move up from the bottom, so there's that. Like the basic guts of the thing are functioning. So how about we lose this one? Which means losing that. And then how about we don't have as much of this maybe? And this gets to be an absolute value. That becomes just this. And then we have the additional tilt factor, which might or might not even be relevant. Could radius be a relevant measurement? We've still got it available. We've got that. So now if we have this, then what do we get? Again, we're kind of in the zone, but we're just trying to... Maybe we need to have it be radius plus something. Just all these different little fiddle factors in whichever direction. This is quite unmanageable. And yet, this appears to be what it needs to do. Let's dive back into the breach again. Okay, that's not great. That's going too far. Much too far. Tilt is playing a role. And as the yeah, so this is what I'm grappling with, right? We can have too much space here, although they seem to be in about the right location, or we can have too little space, although it tracks it fairly closely, but I'm now losing, you know, as they get too small, they get too much again. And then as this squishes here, that's not great. There's a zone where it's like, oh, hey, now they are located kind of somewhere underneath. Yeah, I know, right? But I have no way of making this sit in a rigid location relative to this, and that's weird. I'm like, should I be basing it off of... I think I tried basing it off of the circles before, but it wasn't very helpful. We do have a factor called scale height. I don't think that's going to help, though. Okay, so if we didn't do this, now we've got text bounds that's not going to adjust to any of those things, but we can override it completely and call it square or something to that effect. Because this stuff ain't helping. If we do this, a bunch of things are going to go terribly, terribly wrong. But it's only one line of code, so whatever. I'm just wondering if there's a way to fiddle with it. Because these are the bounds that it's supposed to be able to fit in. Let's see what that did. If nothing else, we can at least see what it did. If I remember correctly, what was happening was I would set text bounds like that, just assign it to exactly the same thing, and then what would happen was it would not draw appropriately. And this is kind of what we're talking about. It is instead doing the opposite of what it did before. When we have it tiny like this, it's drawing as if it's not actually centered here anymore. It's drawing as if, you know, text bound equals square. These are being drawn using the bounds square. But then as soon as you do that, soon as we tell the letters bounds to be the same as the square bounds, we're not even drawing onto this anymore. Not even slightly. It's a million miles away. And this is deeply unhelpful. And then if and it's off in another direction there. So this is miles away. This is much worse. Like over here, it looks like resonance has got the same bounds as the knob, except for it's really not, because that's centered underneath. So that's a concern. So yeah, that change that I just made, very unhelpful. It's not useful to have it be square. Even though it's supposed to be setting it up in a way that's more useful. So it's almost like we might as well return to this stuff where we can actually set it up. Save, build. If I just have it like this, what we've got works in one sense. If everything is squished up as high as it'll go, that's actually positioning them about right. I'm not really touching them. And it kind of places things where they're supposed to be placed. Because all we really care about is where it sits relative to the knob. And this is about right in terms of size, in terms of font size. That's about right. Then as soon as we do this, we've lost it. So we have a bit of a problem in scaling this, and we found a way to do it, but we haven't found the algorithm. We can do this. We can do this. Remove from bottom will give us something, but not in a particularly helpful way. So one possibility is let's just take it down to this. Let's not even worry about that. Because honestly, as the sizes get so tiny, tilt stops mattering. What we're looking at is going to be very similar to a basic behavior. So if we have this, that is going to be a value that is either greater than 1 or less than 1. And if the height is huge, that means it's going to be greater than 1. And remove from bottom does make the text go up. As this increases, the text's positioning also increases. If we do this, pad height increases at half the speed that regular height increases if width is the same. If width is less than if the result is less than 0, we don't actually want to apply anything. So if pad height is larger than 0, then text bounds removed from bottom. Otherwise, we don't remove text bounds because we left that off before, and as long as it's horizontal, it's fine. Let's see what we've got and whether we need to adjust it. Because again, we don't actually need to adjust things relative to tilt if all the controls are tiny and you can't see the difference anyway. So, squished up, that's the spacing it's supposed to have. Then as we go bigger, we're starting to lose the cutoff, but then it starts, okay, we do need to use tilt, don't we? Hang on. Look at the one on the end. It ain't perfect, not by a long shot, but it is actually shifting according to how it's supposed to. But the other two do need to be spaced a little bit more than they are, don't they? And the whole thing could use a little help, but we finally got it. 4:47. We're almost done with the day. This does need to be spaced a little bit relative to tilt as well. We need to get it to where we can make it a microscopic interface and it still functions and can kind of sort of be read. So let's dive right in. Tilt is going to be 0. I wonder whether I can... No, this needs to be the same. It needs to be just a scaling factor. And the 0.5 I feel is going to be about right. I don't know if I can do any better than that. But times 0.5, here's where we apply tilt. In a tiny, tiny amount. But first, we're going to just apply it full on and see what happens. It's not going to be the right answer, but I want to see if this does anything. It should. This should make it so that the flat one still works correctly, but then the ones with tilt become over-exaggerated. Let's see if that's true. It's definitely like wrestling in Jello. Alrighty. So as long as we are spaced like this, oh, and not exceptional that this factor, it shouldn't be doing this. It should be scooching up as these start compressing. And it ain't. This part's fine, but then as we start constricting it, and sure enough, it's going far too far. Definitely slightly unsettling how that's shifting around oddly. It goes from here to here and then it starts moving. That's going to have something to do with the size of the bounding boxes that we're using. Maybe I can use bounds get height rather than text bounds. Let's see. Because I know text bounds is a little larger, and that's okay. But bounds is where this other stuff is in play. Also, I wonder if we no longer need the fabs if this works, but let's see whether that behavior as it gets closer to the edge I'm a little concerned. I'm always going right up to the edge. And see, this is the part where it's supposed to be this should be scooching up a little bit to fill in with this space. It's not, but we're supposed to have this engage as well. I shouldn't have to expand it out to this big just to make this part line up. Like we've got this correctly lined up, but then oh, interesting. Yeah, so tilt is clearly a little bit excessive here. But with this one, it's not keeping up. But it's doing a better job of being close. Maybe that's because tilt is in play. And it's affecting these. Well, no, but it shouldn't though, because it's going to be 0 for the flat one. It's going to be 0. So that doesn't make any sense. And this is inverted. This one's supposed to be higher than the other. And they're all doing too much, but this one is being drawn higher. This one should be drawn higher. It's not. What does that mean? Well, for one, we can dial this back and see what we get out of there. For two, bounds fixed this issue a tiny bit, but pad height is removing too much when it kicks in. So this shouldn't be 0.5. It should be removing a little bit more. Let's find out. This is coming down to the wire big time. The funny thing is how arbitrary all of this is. The way this is being drawn, it's just trying to do pictures in a particular kind of way. It's the mysteries of GUI and the terrifying things that can be made to happen from it. And see, that's actually a little, oh, for heaven's sake. I just went to 0.55. What if it was 0.6? What if it was 0.6 and a bit? Can you imagine the hilarity if it turned out that that was a golden ratio issue? And yeah, we are applying. Now it's spacing it right, but we're going kind of the wrong direction. It's applying tilt, but it shouldn't be applying tilt in this direction. So, what do we got? We're going to play with our favorite number, the patented Airwindows golden ratio. And then we're going to subtract tilt instead of add it. Honestly, though, that's not right either. But let's see what we've got. I'll tell you, if the regular one works out correctly with this, whether or not the tilted ones are right or wrong, I'm going to call it a day on the back of that, although I doubt it. I doubt that's going to work. We'll see. That'd be the dumbest use of a golden ratio ever. What did I tell you? Dumbest use of a golden ratio ever. Look at that guy to the side. Look at that. And we're going to make one more quick build after having noted that we're not quite done. Setting this way, we are now making them all be flat. Which should produce this effect. Knobs with delicately embossed labels that are rendered correctly even as they become microscopic or are positioned incorrectly, and the magic number was in fact the golden ratio. Believe it or not, I think it's pretty ridiculous myself. I'm not sure what to make of that. The magic number that made these be pointed up or down appropriately, depending upon whether we squish it into a corner so that it's much narrower than it is wide. The correct number to position it appropriately was the golden ratio. And there you have it. Resizable knobs with delicately indented numbers that aren't too aggressively drawn. With just a little hint of highlighting and stuff on them. Or you can scale them up to be a bit larger. I have not also gotten into, we just double clicked it and made it huge. I have not yet gotten into using my own font because I'd like to use something like Jost. But tilt aside, and we're just going to play for half a moment. Because gray is the intermediate color. So let's see what it does without as intense of a tilt. Because I've been testing it on an extremely intense tilt, which should make it the most difficult to render. If we do not do as intense of a tilt, yeah, it's not quite doing the right thing. But you know what? Tomorrow is another day. Although today, I quit out of the wrong thing. That is just frustrating enough because it's 5 and I had one more thing. As always got to have the one more hack. In this case, the one more hack would be 0.618 plus rather than minus the tilt. Come on, you. I am double-clicking. Please to be honoring my double-clicking. Okay, plus, minus, whatever. Meh. No, that's not really it. However, the neutral ones are still fine. So you know what? Oh, I'm so frustrated. I want to do a little bit more. Let's get really superstitious here. Oh, hang on. I had magic in here. If we were doing terrible things like this, but keeping the same formula from there, and then to jump back into here to have the extreme settings again. I promised I was going to go and have tacos when I needed them. I think I turned my oven on, and that's going to be fine. Yeah, I think I heard the sound. The sound of the oven going beep when it's ready. But one last glimpse. I promise I'm going to go and have dinner this time. As some people have noticed, I don't have lunch, so generally a good enough idea for me to we're not taking into account the scaling of that. The other stuff is going okay though. What would you be using if you were It ain't bevel, it ain't scale height. So if this becomes larger, it moves up more. So you have these tiny offsets, and then we have this. Scale height will be 1 if it is perfectly flat. If not, well then. And scale height is a factor of tilt, and only tilt. I promised I would go and have tacos. I'm feeling very, very hungry. Let's see what we made. Ah, I see. It goes far too far. It needs to kick in as a factor of scale height. Going to make a little note and then leave. And with that, I will say goodnight. I'm not sure if any of you have tacos waiting for you, but whatever you've got waiting for you, enjoy it. And I will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Thursday it's going to be.